the 2nd of May, 1957, Frank Costello, head of the Luciano crime family, had enjoyed a dinner with friends in an East Side restaurant. He took a cab to his apartment, the Majestic, on the fashionable Upper West Side of New York's Central Park. As Costello entered the lobby, a large man stepped out of the shadows, raised his arm, and said, "This is for you, Frank." This organized hit on a top mafia boss would signal the rise of the most dangerous gangster in America, Vito Genovese.
Vito Genovese was never anything but a homicidal maniac.
Probably the most despicable gangster ever to run the streets of this city.
But Genovese's rise would also be a major turning point in the history of the Mafia. And his actions would bring down the full force of the FBI on the mob.
Are you going to have anything to say, Mr. Genovese?
Is it true that you're the head of the Mafia in this country?
It is not.
Vito Genovese arrived in New York from Naples when he was 15 years old and joined the thousands of other Italian immigrants to hit the city's shores at the turn of the century.
Genovese grew up in the slums of New York. From the beginning, he was involved in these terrifying street gangs. Violence ruled, and he never changed.
Genovese was a product of the gutter of New York City. He was constantly in conflict. Everything had to be out of the barrel of a gun. That was Genovese.
Police records show that over the next 10 years, Genovese was charged with shooting a man in Queens, running down and killing a man in Brooklyn, having a loaded revolver tucked into his belt on the Lower East Side, and murdering another hoodlum.
Vito Genovese, I'll give you a great example of what he did. He fell in love with a woman named Anna, who was married to someone else. Genovese and his thugs threw her husband off a roof so he could marry her, and he married her.
Murder was just a ritual with him. He had no conscience.
This appetite for killing did not go unnoticed. By the mid-1920s, Genovese was a hitman for the greatest mafia boss of them all, Charles Lucky Luciano.
Vito Genovese rose to the top by intimidation, and the guy who allowed him to do that was Lucky Luciano. Lucky Luciano used Vito Genovese as his intimidator.
Luciano may have looked very cultivated, but he needed hitmen. And when he needed hitmen, one of the first people he turned to was Vito Genovese.
By 1931, Genovese was acknowledged as Lucky Luciano's right-hand man and underboss, and was one of the key hitmen sent by Luciano to kill rival boss, Giuseppe Masseria. Such was his reputation that Genovese was known as Don Vito, the Great Vito. And in 1936, Genovese got the chance to take the top job. When mafia boss Luciano was convicted on prostitution charges. And and sent to prison for 50 years.
When Lucky was convicted and sentenced to a long prison term, Vito considered himself to be the heir apparent.
But things didn't go to plan. Genovese now also found himself being pursued.
Vito Genovese had been involved in a murder in the early 1930s and somehow had managed to beat the rap.
The victim had been one of Genovese's gangsters who had demanded too big a share of a crooked card game. Now an informer came forward and pointed the finger at Genovese as the man who had ordered the hit. Just as he was about to take control of the Luciano family, Genovese was forced to flee to Italy to escape the murder charge and the electric chair. With Genovese now out of the picture, Luciano sent word from his prison cell for Frank Costello to step in as boss. Just like Genovese, Frank Costello was born in Italy. He was 4 years old when he arrived in East Harlem with his parents in 1900. His father ran a grocery shop, and from an early age, Costello despised his humbleness. He loathed the way his father was willing to settle for a life of poverty. Costello chose the streets rather than work with his father and joined one of the violent gangs of New York. In 1915, Costello was arrested and sentenced to a year in jail for carrying a gun. But this event changed him and would make him a very different man to Genovese. On his release, Costello decided to use his brains, not bullets, to get ahead.
The people that he worked with were prone to violence, almost by definition, and he understood that murders were bad for business.
He would never be a kind of hitman, goon, a muscle man type. He was a gentleman gangster. He was never going to be a thug. And he also latched on to something called slot machines.
By the 1930s, Frank Costello was known to the underworld as King of the Slots. His illegal one-armed bandit machines were grossing $500,000 a day.
He made millions. It established him as somebody who was known as an earner, not a guy who goes out and has to commit hits or violent crimes.
With Genovese gone, Frank Costello was a very powerful man. He was now the head of the New York Mafia, the largest mob family in America, with more than 400 soldiers beneath him. Costello easily filled Luciano's shoes and continued to add billions of dollars to the family's fortunes. Far away in Italy, Genovese was just trying to make his way. It is said that when he fled the US on the murder charge, he had $750,000 in his trunk. Genovese was going to need it. Benito Mussolini, the head of the National Fascist Party in Italy, was fiercely against the Sicilian Mafia. But Genovese would soon discover that he was open to offers.
Genovese cottoned up to Benito Mussolini by providing money, providing donations to fascist buildings, and he even managed to pull off a hit for Mussolini in New York. There was a newspaper which had been a persistent critic of Mussolini. He went to Don Vito Genovese, who got word to his killers in New York, and they murdered the editor.
As a reward for Genovese's donations and services, Mussolini gave him an Italian knighthood.
But of course, Mussolini was known for shooting mafiosos, and so he could never really relax.
When World War II began, Genovese seized another opportunity.
And he was a pretty crafty guy, Genovese. Turned out he worked both for the Axis and for the Allies.
When the Americans invaded Sicily in 1943, Mussolini was overthrown. So Genovese quickly switched sides and became an interpreter and advisor to the US military government.
They thought he was doing them a favor. What he was really doing, he was running a black marketeering scheme. He was stealing supplies from army bases by corrupting army officers and selling it on the black market in Italy.
But for all his Sicilian success, Genovese was still wanted for the card game killing, and the New York police had new evidence implicating him. A man called Peter Latempa had come forward, claiming he had heard Genovese planning the murder. He was now held in protective custody as chief witness against Genovese. The American authorities finally caught up with Genovese in Naples in August 1944. Genovese was brought back to New York to face the murder charge. But he had no intention of taking the rap. On the 16th of January, 1945, Latempa complained that he was suffering from a gallstone problem. He was given painkillers by his guards. Two hours later, he was dead. The toxicologist who had examined his body reported that he had been given enough sedatives to kill 8 horses. With Latempa out of the way, there was no case against Genovese. The judge told him, "I cannot speak for the jury, but I believe if there was a shred of corroborating evidence, you would have been condemned to the chair. By devious means, you have thwarted justice time and time again." Genovese was acquitted. Vito Genovese was back on the streets, but he was not the boss. The man in charge was still his old rival, Frank Costello, and he was thriving.
Frank Costello fashioned himself as a non-gangster. He fashioned himself as a businessman, sometimes bordering on aristocracy.
He mixed with politicians, congressmen, journalists, authors, judges, cops, and city councillors. With his connections, Costello developed a reputation as the boss who could bridge the legitimate world and the mob. The Salvation Army even made him their vice chairman. Genovese could only watch from the sidelines as Costello became a real New York player.
Genovese was intimidated by Costello's intelligence. He knew that Costello could get with words what he could only get out of a gun, and he was jealous of that.
Such was his power that before a judge could be appointed, it had to be cleared by Frank Costello.
He didn't just know judges and DAs and politicians, he bought them.
Potential mayoral candidates in the Democratic Party went to see him hat in hand, asking for his blessings.
He was an absolute corrupter.
When the Mafia gets control of your political and judicial system, when they're deciding what bills are passed, they're deciding how justice is meted out, then you're in danger. Frank Costello, even though he dressed well, looked civilized, looked cultivated, was one of the most dangerous mafiosi in American history.
Costello became known as the Prime Minister.
That title was given to him by the media. They made Frank Costello the American Winston Churchill in the underworld.
That doesn't mean he was boss of bosses. There was no such position. But as a prime minister is in most countries, he was the first among equals, and sometimes a little more equal than they were.
Genovese seemed to be out of it, but he realized that Costello was making a big mistake. He preferred to deal only with the big guys, but ignored the little guys.
Frank Costello neglected the troops. Frank Costello only concerned himself with the capos. And the capos is Italian for captain.
Members of crews that had been loyal complained. They had been neglected, that Costello didn't favor them.
Genovese saw this resentment as his opportunity to begin undermining Costello's leadership.
The soldiers, the button men in the family knew that Vito Genovese was the real deal, whereas Costello was a person who was a little out of touch. Vito Genovese never lost sight of the fact that he was a criminal, and Frank Costello lost sight of that fact. Frank Costello started to believe his own imagery, his own myth.
Everybody knew that Genovese wanted Frank's job, but he couldn't take the job. The other bosses wouldn't have allowed that as long as Frank was riding high. Frank had the connections. Genovese did not have the connections.
So what he does is he begins to make sure he's strong, that his rackets are beginning to produce money. So he has both money, and he has soldiers, and he has hitmen, in case there's a real showdown.
Now, Genovese was waiting and hoping Costello would make a wrong move. He wouldn't have to wait long. In 1950, an ambitious Democrat senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver headed a committee to investigate organized crime in America. Kefauver called on more than 600 gangsters, underworld figures, politicians, and policemen to testify before them. The country was transfixed as the hearings hit the headlines and television channels.
I remember the Kefauver investigations. I was a very young lad, and I remember actually watching those, and it was a real revelation. I do. We began to see that there was these people among us, criminals, who were very well organized and very deliberate in their activities, and controlled a great deal of the criminal activity in this country.
Many of the witnesses refused to say anything, but not Frank Costello. He agreed to answer questions.
He thought he could go on the witness stand and come out as a gentleman, as a real businessman. And that he had this kind of outlook or outward appearance that he wouldn't look like a ruffian, like a hoodlum.
And Costello, billed as the most influential underworld leader in America, became the star attraction. But then, Costello made a miscalculation. He surprised everybody by insisting that his face shouldn't be shown on television, and the committee instructed the broadcasters to respect his request.
The television is not on any part of Mr. Costello.
The The only option left open for the TV crews was to film his hands. And the subsequent images of Costello's testimony became known as the hand ballet. Whenever the questions about his criminal activities got too tough or too near the knuckle, Costello would rub his palms together, tighten his fingers, grip a glass of water, drum on the table in front of him, or crumple and tear pieces of paper. And although the television cameras were not allowed to show Costello's face, the newsreel cameras and press photographers had no such restrictions.
Mr. Costello is going to face the camera and let you have a good look at it. Mr. Costello. As the photographer says to the little boy, can you smile a little bit?
Has this country come up to your anticipations? What have you ever done for your country as a good citizen?
Well, I don't know what you claim, what you mean by that.
Well, you're looking back over the years now to that time when you became a citizen. I mean, now standing 20-odd years after that. You must have in your mind some things you've done that you can speak of to your credit as an American citizen. If so, what are they?
Paid my tax.
I pay my taxes. That was his answer. Now, in his mind, he thought that was enough. He didn't think that he had to join the Army or the Marine Corps. I pay my taxes. Everybody pays their taxes, they're working for their country. But he was the original superstar made by television.
Ridiculed and humiliated, Costello finally refused to answer any further questions and produced a note from his doctor.
A certificate of a doctor who examined Mr. Costello this morning.
All right.
I'm in no condition to testify from here in until I'm well enough.
You refuse to testify further?
Absolutely. When I testify, I want to testify truthfully. And I can't, my mind don't function.
Costello had been publicly destroyed by the exposure, and he left the Kefauver committee hearings as the Justice Department's #1 target.
Once he failed at Kefauver, everybody went after him. He was indicted for tax evasion, he was convicted. He was indicted for lying to Congress. When you are the prime minister, the man who can work the miracles, and all of a sudden you fall off your horse and fall on your face, you are not prime minister anymore.
Frank Costello paid the price of television. By him appearing in front of the Kefauver committee hearing and it being televised, that was the beginning of the end of Frank Costello. In fact, that was the beginning of the end of the mob. It took many, many years, and Frank Costello was the beginning of it because it brought the attention of the general public to what the mob was actually doing.
But for one mobster, Costello's failure was good news. Vito Genovese. And he was going to make the most of it.
One of the things he does, he starts bumping off, killing Costello's hitmen.
The first on his list was one of Costello's top hitmen, Willie Moore Moretti. Moretti had grown up with Costello in East Harlem and was now a feared New Jersey racketeer with his own army of 60 soldiers. He was also one of Costello's strongest supporters. But this planned execution wasn't just business. It was highly personal. Moretti had been promoted to Costello's underboss, his second in command. This meant that Genovese had been bumped down to just the captain of his old crew. Genovese had chosen his target well. Moretti was suffering from advanced syphilis, which was spreading to his brain. This had the worrying effect of freeing up his speech, and it was now feared that he would start talking to the press. Genovese used this to his advantage. Because of Moretti's condition, he approached the Commission, the Mafia's board of directors, and asked for their permission for a mercy killing. The Commission was set up by Lucky Luciano in 1931 as a democratic system for dealing with all the mob's affairs. It operated by strict rules. No boss could be hit without the Commission's permission. And they gave it to him. The hit would take place on the morning of the 5th of October, 1951, as ordinary New Yorkers went about their business. Genovese had now made it quite clear to Costello that he was coming after him, and Costello was in no position to fight back. He was locked in continual combat with the US authorities over contempt of court and failure to pay his taxes. Over the next 6 years, Costello was in and out of jail. When he came out on bail in March 1957, Genovese finally decided to strike.
Genovese many, many times tried to get the okay of the Commission to kill Costello.
But the Commission wouldn't give it. So Genovese decided to hit Costello anyway. Genovese now studied Costello's routine. The 66-year-old Costello took cabs or walked to his various meetings around the city like he'd always done, without the aid of bodyguards or bulletproof cars. It made him an easy target.
Other bosses had an army of bodyguards around them. Costello said if they're going to kill you, that's the first ones they'll bribe.
Genovese gave the contract to Vincent Gigante, who was a former prize fighter, who became Genovese's chauffeur. He was a real thug, tough guy. I mean, kill you at the drop of a hat. He was the mirror image of a Genovese. Genovese liked him for that. He was just a ruthless killer.
On the evening of May the 2nd, 1957, Frank Costello enjoyed a dinner with some friends in an East Side restaurant. After the meal, he took a cab to his apartment.
Now, Costello lived in a very upscale apartment that overlooked Central Park. It was known as the Majestic Apartments. Costello was so sure of himself, even though he knew Genovese was around. And he came home one night, walked into his lobby, and he was met by Gigante.
Gigante raised his gun and yelled, "This is for you, Frank." Costello was covered with blood when he reached the Roosevelt Hospital. But the bullet had only shaved his skull. One of Genovese's top soldiers, Joe Valachi, later observed that Gigante had wasted a whole month practicing.
There's some debate on whether Gigante missed them on purpose, or he just missed them out of ineptness. I choose the latter. He just missed them. But there's a rule in the mob. If you try and you miss, you don't try again.
The doorman of the Majestic identified Gigante as Costello's hitman. Gigante quickly gave himself up and was put on trial for attempted murder. This was a very dangerous time for Genovese. If Costello confirmed it was Gigante, police would come after him. But at the trial, Costello observed the Mafia rule of omerta, the code of silence, and told the jury that he didn't recognize Gigante. Gigante was acquitted, and as he left the court, he walked over to Costello, held out his hand, and said, "Thanks, Frank." Genovese knew that Costello alive posed a grave threat to him, and he heard that he was secretly meeting with the Lord High Executioner of Murder Incorporated, Albert Anastasia. Guns, ice picks, and strangling ropes were his stock in trade.
He was a tough, ruthless man, not at all like Costello, who was his good friend. If there had been a move against Costello with Anastasia still alive, there would have been a counterattack by Anastasia.
Genovese decided to strike first. The problem was getting to Anastasia. He lived in a New Jersey mansion, guarded by ferocious dogs and barbed wire fences, and always traveled with bodyguards. Genovese needed somebody on the inside, and he approached Carlo Gambino, then an ambitious Anastasia lieutenant, and convinced him they would both be better off with Anastasia dead. On the morning of October 25th, 1957, at 10:15 a.m., Albert Anastasia walked into a barber shop in Midtown Manhattan. His bodyguards parked the car in an underground garage and then took a walk. Anastasia closed his eyes and relaxed into the barber's chair. Two men in suits with scarves covering their lower faces walked up behind him. Anastasia was literally blasted out of the chair. Genovese now sprang into action. He immediately announced that he was the head of the family. And straight away, he turned on his old adversary, Frank Costello.
Costello knew what it meant. His time was over. His reign was complete. That if he didn't surrender or abdicate, he was going to be assassinated.
Genovese stripped Costello of all his gambling assets and interests in Las Vegas, Florida, the Caribbean, and New York. He only allowed Costello to live on the one condition that he get out and never be involved with the rackets again.
Costello sent a message to Vito Genovese, Don Vito, it's yours. You're in control.
Genovese had done it. He was now the boss of the largest mafia family in New York. But he was also in deep trouble. Blinded by ruthless ambition, he had ordered 2 hits on 2 mafia leaders without the okay from their governing body, the Commission. And he had done something else that some Commission members found uncomfortable. Genovese had also moved big time into drug dealing.
Genovese always thought that narcotics was a good deal for the mob.
Within the Luciano family, he was in charge of drug trafficking.
But Congress had recently passed tough new drug laws, and many mafia bosses were worried about the consequences.
Drugs brought heat. And what I mean by heat is that if you dealt drugs and you got bagged and you're facing a lot of time in jail, you're going to roll, you're going to become a rat.
Well, you could get up to 30 years in prison.
They felt that if they kept their hand on the drugs, they would be able to avoid that.
The mafia heads around the country now feared that Genovese was a loose cannon who didn't play by the rules. And his drug trafficking operations could bring the FBI down on them. To save his skin, Genovese requested a meeting of the Commission to explain his recent actions in New York.
The Commission was not supposed to call another national convention, which will be held every 5 years for 4 more years. But Genovese insisted that the bosses from all the other families and the New York families had to assemble because of these important developments in New York, and he wanted it known that he was the boss of a family. So they picked the same place they had met the previous year. There had been a national convention in a small town in upstate New York known as Appalachin.
It would prove to be the biggest mistake of Genovese's life. On November the 14th, 1957, more than 60 senior mafia bosses with their advisors and bodyguards traveled from Cuba, Italy, and from all over the United States to a hilltop estate in a small sleepy hamlet called Appalachin. 180 miles northwest of New York City and far from the prying eyes and surveillance of the city cops. Appalachin was the home of mafia boss Joseph Barbera. His guests would include all the most powerful members of the mafia, like Joe Bonanno, Carmine Galante, Sam Giancana, and Joe Valachi. And at the head of the table, Don Vito Genovese.
Appalachin meeting was a meeting of mobsters from all over the country. Keep in mind that the mob, as we know it today, and as it was formed in 1931, was 100% controlled by the 5 families in New York. All the other cities were ancillary that answered to the New York mobsters.
But local detective Sergeant Edgar Croswell of the New York State Police had been watching the events.
The local police noticed something strange. All these out-of-towners and dozens of cars were pulling into one farmhouse in a remote area.
Croswell's suspicions had been aroused when he noticed that Barbera was booking up the local hotel. They'd also been tipped off by a local food supplier that Barbera had ordered 20 pounds of steak, 20 pounds of veal cutlets, and 15 pounds of cold cuts that day. Croswell had been keeping a close eye on Barbera, as he knew he had mob connections. He called for backup.
Well, we get the call, send as many people as you can to Appalachin. We have a thing going on.
Croswell ordered his troopers to surround the house.
We had a lot of people that they thought was the underworld, and we were to pick them up.
And when the guests got the news, there was blind panic. Some rushed to their cars. Others fled through the woods, ripping their silk suits against the brambles as they ran. Croswell sent his troopers in after them.
We saw one fella, he was standing on the back porch of a local house, but he wore a nice Homburg hat, and he had a nice overcoat with a fur collar. And we knew right away that he didn't fit in. We went in and took control of him and put him in the troop car with us.
Croswell and his men eventually managed to round up 60 Mafia members, including New York leaders Profaci, Bonanno, Galante, and Gambino.
Everybody had the same excuse that they heard Mirra was sick, and they all dropped in to see him, pay their respects.
Here you had this obvious convention of Italian or Sicilian American mobsters, and you couldn't dismiss it just as a casual meeting and the claim by all of them that they went to visit a sick friend. I mean, nobody could swallow that.
The Justice Department believed that at least 50 escaped, including Chicago boss Sam Giancana. Appalachin was the largest Mafia meeting ever rumbled by American police, and the mob would never hold one of this size again. Far from Genovese's triumphant moment announcing to the commission his ascension to the head of the Luciano crime family, he had exposed them all to the authorities. As a direct result of Appalachin, a federal grand jury found 20 Mafia members guilty of conspiracy to commit perjury and to obstruct justice, and imposed sentences of between 3 and 5 years. Eventually, these were overturned by the United States Court of Appeals on the basis of insufficient evidence. But the damage had been done. Genovese had awakened a sleeping giant. The FBI.
This is the FBI. The house is surrounded. Back out that door with your hands up. Never mind.
And it hit them like a bombshell.
I think the Appalachian organized crime meeting, the meeting of the bosses of America's organized crime in one location, really brought home to the American public and to the FBI the magnitude of this problem.
Up to this point, the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, had been reluctant to admit the existence of organized crime in America. He had even written,
"There was no such thing as organized crime or the Mafia, and the claim that there was a national crime syndicate was baloney."
All of a sudden, everything that they had been saying, that there was no national organization, that crime was essentially local and it was up for local law enforcement to deal with, it became obviously incorrect.
They were so brazen, they were so bold and so powerful that they would actually have a meeting, much as any large, legitimate American corporation would meet to decide internal issues, if you will, of their organization, their direction, what they wanted to do in the way of a legitimate company would do. This really imprinted itself on the American public and certainly on the FBI.
That was it for the FBI. I mean, if there was a moment where it was absolutely patently clear that they had a role to do that they had not been performing, that was it.
all this changed after Appalachin. The FBI were galvanized into action. Hoover immediately commissioned a special report to confirm whether the Mafia actually existed. It declared,
"The truth of the matter is the available evidence makes it impossible to deny logically the existence of a criminal organization known as the Mafia, which for generations has plagued the law-abiding citizens of Sicily, Italy, and the United States."
After the Appalachin meeting, the intelligence gathering about organized crime became very much institutionalized inside the FBI. Most of the investigations were intelligence investigations, where we gathered information about who they were and the kinds of activities they were involved with.
As a direct result of the Appalachin raid, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics was instructed to target Vito Genovese in their fight against drugs.
Open up!
What about the government's charge that you're the right man, that you're the #1 man in this narcotics business?
Charges are fantastic and ridiculous.
You think
That's what they are.
And have you ever known anyone in the narcotics racket? Have you not known anyone?
I never did.
On April the 17th, 1959, the man who had gotten away with murder for so long was finally nailed in a Manhattan federal court. Don Vito Genovese was fined $20,000 and sentenced to 15 years in prison for masterminding an international narcotics syndicate that smuggled heroin and cocaine into the United States.
Never underestimate the menace that Vito Genovese left with even with his departure. It was he who was so instrumental, one of the key players in bringing in the scourge of heroin narcotics into America. Without him, it might never have occurred. He opened up these opportunities that the Mafia would use widespread distribution into the inner cities of America, the biggest cities, New York, Chicago. For the first time, you had the mass appeal of a narcotics contagion that enveloped the country. And one person who has to bear some of that responsibility is Don Vito Genovese.
Vito Genovese continued to rule his organization unchallenged from his prison cell. He died there on February the 14th, 1969, of a heart attack. His legacy was that he left behind the most powerful mafia organization in America that bears his name to this day. The Vito Genovese family continues to make millions from its criminal activities. But he left another, more damaging legacy to the mob. Genovese had exposed the Mafia to the FBI. The Appalachin disaster would signal the beginning of their crackdown on organized crime in America. Carmine Galante was a mobster who frightened even the other Mafia men.
He was feared by everybody.
Even if he seemed old, he was deadly.
They were afraid of him. Don't mess with him.
Go to a hardware store and buy a can of nails. Look in the can, that's his face.
He had worked the mean streets for decades.
Carmine Galante was especially cunning. Not simply a predator himself, but a leader of predators.
At the age of 60, his career seemed finished. But from his prison cell, he masterminded an astonishing comeback and flooded New York's streets with heroin.
He was a big narcotics dealer, huge.
His drugs empire would become massive, but it would also make him a target. And his career would end in one of the most famous mob hits of them all.
Carmine was stepping up into a position they didn't want him in.
He wanted that control, and that was his downfall.
Knickerbocker Avenue, Brooklyn, New York. This is the site of one of the most notorious mob crimes ever. Number 205 was once Joe and Mary's restaurant. At the rear was a sheltered terrace. It was here, in the afternoon heat on July the 12th, 1979, that one of the city's biggest mobsters, Carmine Galante, was having lunch. And it was here that he was interrupted. Police officers responded to reports of gunshots and screams inside the restaurant.
The two gentlemen inside died as a result of multiple gunshot and shotgun wounds, and this will be examined further by autopsy.
Galante was victim of one of the most spectacular mob hits for years. It was a fitting end for the man who, more than any other, had been responsible for flooding the United States with heroin. Carmine Galante's career was built on heroin. In fact, he had been knee-deep in it since the 1950s.
That was his trade. He was a narcotics dealer from day one.
In 1957, 4,500 miles from Brooklyn in Palermo, Sicily, a key gathering was held. It took place at the Grand Hotel de Palm to welcome a special guest from America. That man was Joe Bonanno, boss of one of the 5 New York crime families.
When he went to Sicily, he was honored. It was like, you know, the king has returned, and they showed the greatest respect.
Bonanno had brought with him his trusted underboss, Carmine Galante.
He was a known assassin, so he carried a lot of weight in a business where weight counted an awful lot.
Short, stocky man, but very rough, tough, powerful.
Galante and Bonanno were here to discuss with the Sicilian Mafia a means of trafficking heroin into the United States. Galante would be Bonanno's heroin emissary. He would run all the drug side of the business for Bonanno's family. It is one of the myths of the stateside mafia that they didn't get involved in drugs. On the surface, US mafiosi portrayed themselves as men of traditional values, and drugs were not seen as an honorable sideline.
They held themselves out as men of honor, men of loyalty, obedient to old traditions, the way American society no longer was.
But the reality was very different.
Even though they were taboo in the early and mid-50s, all 5 families were involved in heroin trafficking.
From the moment that narcotics were illegal, it fell within their realm.
And Galante's aim was to be at the heart of the action.
Galante wanted to be the pipeline to the United States.
But drug trafficking was a high-risk activity. While the authorities might turn a blind eye to gambling or loan sharking, narcotics had always carried a hefty federal prison sentence. The rewards, however, outweighed the risks. especially if Galante could import the heroin wholesale from Sicily. The island was at the crossroads of the international heroin trade.
The majority of the heroin that was coming in was going through Sicily and smuggled into the United States.
The opium poppies were grown in Turkey. The opium was then refined into a so-called morphine base, usually in Lebanon. Next, it was transformed chemically into pure heroin in the French port of Marseille before being shipped on. This complex international journey from Turkey to North America through France became known as the French Connection. But it was once it was in the US that heroin became hugely profitable. 10 kilos of raw opium could be bought for $350. Once refined into 1 kilo of pure heroin, it was worth 1,000 times that. The pure imported heroin was sold on across the United States for vast profits.
The largest amount of money that could be made since Prohibition was narcotic trafficking. The millions and billions of dollars.
Galante and Bonanno had their eyes on these vast profits made by getting the drugs into the USA. It was to set up this complex smuggling network that the meeting with the Sicilian Mafia had been convened. As a result, Galante and Bonanno sewed up a large part of the supply of heroin for themselves. Their deal became known as the Palermo Summit. And from this point on, Galante began to dominate the heroin trade in the USA. Galante immediately set about overseeing his new business operation. He traveled to Miami, Cuba, Marseille, and above all, Canada. Galante knew Canada especially well. Much of his time in the 1950s was spent in Montreal, where he had risen to become one of the city's biggest mobsters by 1955.
Joe Bonanno sent him to Montreal to organize the rackets there on behalf of the Bonanno family. And one of those rackets is narcotic importation.
He built a network of contacts and a strong power base in Montreal. And it just so happened, Canada was one of the places where French Connection heroin made landfall in North America.
Drugs from Europe and the Middle East would basically go to Montreal or to Toronto. From Montreal, it was only a relatively short drive to New York City.
Galante made sure the drug was hidden in shipping consignments and then smuggled into the USA overland.
They were bringing it in, of course, in cars and in trucks and things like that. A lot of the major cases were in vehicles. You'd take a 20-gallon gas tank and you'd put in a tank that's only about a gallon just to get the car started and off the pier. And the rest of it was filled with heroin in that gas tank. The heroin was in the doors and things like that.
By the late 1950s, Galante was good at his job. He was importing large quantities of heroin.
The Galante organization out of Montreal brought in an estimated 600 kilograms of heroin a year.
Within a short space of time, Galante had built a hugely profitable international heroin smuggling network. But Galante didn't just operate out of Canada because it was good for business. It was also a good place to hide. In the United States itself, Galante was known to the FBI. In fact, The FBI had been tracking him for years. He was on their books as one of the top hoodlums in the country, with an impressive rap sheet. 1930, incarcerated Sing Sing prison, shooting at police detective. Prison assessment, emotionally dull, IQ of a 14-year-old. 1943, implicated as suspected killer of a dissident Italian journalist.
Back in the 1940s, when he was younger, he was suspected of killing a man named Carlo Tresca. That was a very sensational case. A lot of prominent people, very high-ranking Americans, were interested in that case.
He was never indicted due to a lack of witnesses. Although they couldn't pin anything on him, the FBI file on Galante showed they knew he was someone to watch out for. He should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. The file revealed the FBI knew where he had lived, including his Park Avenue address with views of the Chrysler Building. Even his business interests. For Galante, this law enforcement heat was enough to make him nervous, and was a good reason to remain on the run. But all of his narcotics trafficking had drawn the attention of yet another law enforcement agency, one that was even more fearsome than the FBI. It was called the FBN, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. The FBN specifically targeted opium and heroin smuggling around the globe. The FBN and the FBI were supposed to get along, but there was a bitter rivalry between them.
The Federal Bureau of Investigations was a much bigger organization than the Bureau of Narcotics. It had 10 times as many agents. It had a budget that was at least 10 times as great, if not greater, than the Bureau of Narcotics.
The rivalry wasn't just professional, it was personal. The two leaders, J. Edgar Hoover for the FBI, Harry Anslinger for the FBN, despised each other. But at this stage, the FBN was way more effective than its federal rivals when it came to targeting the mob.
Of all the law enforcement agencies in the United States, it was the only one that seemed to know everything the Mafia was doing the minute it did it. And it was based largely on the fact that it had been compiling data on each and every mafioso, including Carmine Galante, since 1930.
And the FBN also had a better conviction rate. The reason? It had a powerful weapon at its disposal, the draconian 1956 Narcotics Control Act.
The Narcotics Control Act of 1956 mandated that anybody dealing in heroin could get mandatory sentences up to 40 years.
This was unlike any other country in the world. In Italy or France, people who were arrested with the, for the same quantities of narcotics might serve 2 or 3 years in prison.
From 1959 onwards, the FBN began to target Galante actively. And soon, they had a breakthrough. They discovered where he was. Intelligence revealed that he had traveled from Canada back to New York on business and was in hiding. The FBN arrested him in 1961 on a charge of narcotics trafficking. Galante's case came to court in April 1962. He was about to feel the full force of the Narcotics Control Act. got 20 years in prison. First at Alcatraz, and then at Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Galante had been riding high. Now, he seemed to be washed up.
For Galante to get so many years in prison, I mean, it was a blow to him.
Thanks to the FBN, Galante's career seemed over. Few mobsters could rise again from such a stretch. But then, Galante wasn't just any mobster. Instead of despairing, prison focused Carmine Galante's mind. He started thinking about how to stage a comeback. Jail time hardened Galante's ambition to earn money and one day lead his family. The cornerstone of his stratagem would still be heroin. Even though he was in jail, Galante made sure he kept all his old heroin contacts and supply lines.
He did manage to stay involved in it even from prison.
He certainly had influence over the Bonanno family from prison.
He already had established the contacts in Sicily. They were still there. The Canadian contacts were there.
Then, he started to nurture an idea. To take over the running of his own family, he would need massive amounts of money. Being just one of many heroin importers wouldn't be enough. He needed to become the sole wholesale supplier of heroin into the USA.
He wanted control of that spigot where he could turn it on and off and control the price.
The colossal profits from controlling the heroin trade in America would bankroll his quest for power.
So it was just a matter of when he got out, he was going to make sure that he controlled it all.
Then, as Galante languished behind bars, out on the city's streets, events conspired to help his plan.
While he was in prison, there was a rebellion within the Bonanno family, and it was largely over narcotics.
The old leader he respected, Joe Bonanno, was forced to retire. Many of the capos, or captains that served under him, were killed or retired as well. And the Bonannos also went to war with the other mafia families. Leaderless and in chaos, a power vacuum opened up. Eventually, in 1974, Philip Rastelli was appointed as the head of Galante's crime family. But he was under police investigation and about to be sent to prison. So, the Bonannos were ripe for takeover, and Galante began to concoct even bolder plans. He wouldn't just take over his own family. He wanted to take on the biggest family in New York, the Gambinos. Run by Carlo Gambino, it had become the city's toughest clan with the most profitable rackets and the deadliest killers. Galante's ambition was to crush the Gambinos and maybe one day become the head of all the Mafia, the so-called boss of bosses. His warders, meanwhile, categorized him as having a psychopathic personality disorder. But whatever his personality failings, outside the prison walls, circumstances continued to help him realize his master plan. Heroin, his main money spinner, was becoming ever more popular.
Heroin use was on the uprise because there was so much of it, and the price was right.
In the ghettos of New York, heroin was now the drug of choice. But local law enforcement couldn't understand how the supply was growing by so much, as former detective Bill Clark explains.
We really weren't hip to just the whole drug trafficking thing, where it was coming from. We didn't realize the hand that the Mafia played in it. As time went on, we realized how far behind it they were, including Carmine Galante. Anytime there's a big pool of money around, somebody's going to try to get into it.
The millions of dollars that were being made, it was astronomical.
The number of registered addicts had boomed from 50,000 at the time of Galante's arrest to 500,000. Politicians attempted to stem the tide, but they failed.
It destroyed a lot of lives. When I first became a policeman, heroin was the drug of choice. Very few working class neighborhoods that weren't losing their sons or daughters to the heroin trafficking and to heroin use.
Well, the addicts, of course, are the end products of it, and you take an addict who had an average habit of $100 or $200 a day, think of all the stuff he has to rob and all the muggings and robberies, and that had a severe effect on what was going on in the United States.
But to exploit the growing demand and to realize his plan, now Galante had to get free. This seemed fanciful until, right in the middle of the heroin craze, his wish was granted. The man with the borderline personality disorder was paroled in 1974 for good behavior, on condition he didn't consort with known felons. After 12 years of careful plotting, the timing could not have been better. He was ready to set his plan into motion. Galante got stuck in immediately with a hectic schedule. First, he got his own house in order.
Galante didn't miss a beat.
When he came out of jail, he started right away.
He moved to fill the leadership vacuum at the top of the Bonanno family. With Philip Rastelli starting a long jail term, Galante assumed the role of acting boss. Then, he laid down a marker. He settled any scores with rivals who had moved in on his business interests while he was in prison.
He was homicidal, quite frankly. He had killed a number of people. He was feared.
The other people around him were absolutely petrified of him.
That made him acceptable as a leader of predators. Not simply a predator himself, but a leader of predators.
Next, he returned to his jet-setting ways.
He wasted no time in solidifying the idea that he would be the main importer of the heroin through these various means that he set up.
He went to Miami, Dallas, Los Angeles, even Disneyland, all the time doing deals with his old associates. And Galante once again hoovered up more heroin supplies at source from the Sicilians.
He had that pipeline open, and there was such an upsurge of heroin coming into the United States.
The pipeline worked so well because Galante had a novel way to bring the heroin in.
When Galante got out, they established a means of bringing in major amounts of heroin.
Airliners arriving in New York throughout the 1970s often had a secret cargo in their hold.
They were bringing heroin in on Alitalia flights. Every flight that left Milan, Italy, every day, a suitcase or two was put on the flight and unaccompanied.
The suitcases were stuffed with pure heroin.
When it landed at JFK, of course, the suitcases were marked.
A Mafia baggage handler would remove the marked suitcase before it even went through customs and pass it on into the network. It worked beautifully.
You're talking about possibly 40 kilos of heroin coming in every day.
Bringing in the drugs was one thing, but Galante needed a distribution network. So he hit upon the idea of using pizza parlors as outlets. It just so happened, this gave him a chance to strike back at his rivals, the Gambino family. The Gambino crime family had dominated the cheese and pizza industries for years. They made money by monopolizing the cost of food supplies to the pizza parlors and chasing away competition. Then, a spate of fires at pizza parlors signaled a new front in Galante's heroin campaign. As the Gambino's restaurants burned, new pizza parlors owned by Galante were opened up in their place. And Galante used them to distribute vast amounts of heroin to the dealers.
It would just be distributed. A kilo came in, his people would distribute that pure kilo.
They would sell it to the black drug dealers who were taking all the heat for this.
In short time, Galante once again built a vast international drugs network. He dominated importation and distribution. Drug agent Frank Panessa witnessed this firsthand.
The money that they were making, and not only through the Northeast, he had distribution throughout the United States. I dealt with people in Puerto Rico that were getting their heroin from Galante's people.
He had achieved all this in just 4 years since coming out of jail. It was a ruthlessly fast rise to power, built on fear.
One time, an FBI agent who had infiltrated the family looked in and he said, "He doesn't look like much." He's an old, short guy. And the other gangsters said, "Look out, he's mean." They were afraid of him. Don't mess with him.
At this stage, Galante was only dealing in pure heroin, and he had a particularly unpleasant way of testing its purity. He became infamous at this time for what he called the black man test. An addict would be abducted from Harlem and drugged with 2 bags of heroin. If he died in a set time frame, the drug was pure. But as time went on, Galante began to want even more.
Galante was his own worst enemy. He was making those millions of dollars, but yet he had the greed, and he was greedy. So he would put a whack on it. He would add quinine to it, so something that was 90% heroin, he would whack it so it was 70% heroin and make even more money selling it as pure heroin.
Driven by such greed, his business went from strength to strength. Everything was going well. He was making vast amounts of money and was succeeding in his ambition to become a boss in all but name. The only thing that might spoil his meteoric climb to power was either the law or jealousy from other mobsters who resented his growing dominance. In 1978, it was the law that came knocking first. Galante was arrested and charged with violating the terms of his parole and consorting with known felons. He had been spotted with other criminals, most notably at a Disneyland meeting 3 years earlier. It looked like he would be back behind bars, just as everything was going so well. But once again, he got away with it. Enter Galante's attorney, Roy Cohn. Cohn was a controversial figure who had started his career on many high-profile Senate committees, like the McCarthy hearings. But nowadays, he represented a number of infamous Mafia clients. Cohn had been charged with jewelry tampering and perjury and was now seen as too cozy with the mob. Nevertheless, he was an undisputed star when it came to getting Mafia men off the hook. Cohn was Galante's less-than-secret weapon to ensure he didn't do yet more time. And it worked for him. In 1978, Cohn succeeded in getting the parole violation charge overturned. And Galante became yet another success story for the mob-friendly lawyer. With law enforcement out of the way, Galante could now turn his attention to an even more pressing threat: his jealous fellow mobsters. Galante was not stupid. He knew they wanted a piece of his drugs profits. But he thought he had the perfect solution: a foolproof way to protect himself. He recruited a band of specialist killers, imported directly from his Sicilian homeland and the same town as his family, Castelmare del Golfo. The derogatory nickname for these men was Zips, and they had well-defined roles.
The Zips were Sicilians brought over by Galante to run the pizza shops that they had all over New York and Pennsylvania, not only to distribute the heroin, but to use these Zips for murders and anything else that they needed from them.
For Galante, the Zips were not soft like American gangsters, but schooled in the old-fashioned ways of doing things, and their loyalty was legendary. The other advantage the Zips had was no criminal record in the States.
They bring them over here because nobody knows them.
The Zips appealed to Galante on another level, too. They were happy to kill women, children, whoever.
The Zips would kill anybody they were assigned to kill. American hitmen did not like the idea of shooting policemen, prosecutors, or judges. They were off limits to most of the mob. But the Zips would take a contract on anybody.
With rival factions in his own family, most notably supporters of Philip Rustelli and further enemies like the Gambinos, Galante used the Zips to make sure no one messed with him. Two of his most trusted Zips were Cesare Bonaventre, known as the Tall Guy, and his cousin, Baldo Amato.
Well, Cesare was a very imposing figure. He was 6'7". You know, the type that if he had a mirror in front of him, he'd constantly be staring into the mirror. He was a very vain person. Baldo Amato and Cesare Bonaventre were responsible for murders. They were used to collect money because they did a lot of shylocking. They controlled card games in Brooklyn, and if somebody didn't pay up with the money that they lost, they would send out Cesare Bonaventre and Amato.
To ensure their loyalty further, the Zips were rewarded by being made into the crime family. In other words, formally initiated and given their own money-making operations.
All of a sudden to come here and have a beautiful house and have money in the bank and money in cars and stuff, they felt that they're very much indebted to the people that brought them here.
With the Zips guarding his every move, Galante felt untouchable.
Oh, without a doubt, he would feel safe with them. He was the one that recruited them. He was the one that made them. They were making major money with him.
As a result, he didn't even bother to carry a gun. At the height of his success, not only was Galante shifting millions of dollars worth of heroin a year, he was taking charge as head of the family. And surrounded by loyal guards, he thought he was invulnerable. The fact was, whilst Galante was seemingly in charge, the respect accorded him was often fickle, and Galante failed to appreciate the looming danger. His money was making other mobsters jealous, and many still refused to recognize his status as self-proclaimed head of the family. Especially supporters of the imprisoned Bonanno family boss, Philip Rastelli. Rastelli hated that Galante was exploiting the power vacuum and trying to steal his job. So as the summer heat began to settle on New York, dark forces were at work.
One faction of the Bonanno family did not like him heading the family. They made an alliance with a faction of the Gambino family, the underboss, Nello Della Croce, who was very, very powerful for an underboss.
This alliance with Della Croce would prove to be deadly. On July the 12th, 1979, Galante's driver dropped him off at Joe and Mary's Italian restaurant on Knickerbocker Avenue. It was his cousin's restaurant, and Galante was visiting to wish him well on a forthcoming trip.
Now you have to see the layout. I'll give you the layout. It's a long, narrow restaurant. You come in the front door of Knickerbocker Avenue, and in the back of the restaurant, there's a garden cafe with tables and chairs.
He ate there many times. He had his 2 trusted bodyguards who were armed.
With Cesare Bonaventre and Baldo Amato watching over him, he felt safe.
He had a friend that he met there. He had the restaurant owner. They had just had a big meal.
He's about to light a cigar when the 3 shooters come in.
These 3 people walked in and just blew them away.
Galante was gunned down, cigar in mouth. Joe Tirano, the cousin, was also felled. So too was the other lunch companion, Leonardo Coppolo. News of the shooting reached police detective Bill Clark.
I'm riding in the car and I hear a job come over the radio. Shots fired, 3 guys with ski masks. Sounded like it might be the real deal.
The police rushed to the restaurant. The scene inside was horrific.
The crime scene at Joe and Mary's restaurant was chaos.
Well, when you stepped into the yard, the first person that probably was shot was the owner of the restaurant, Mr. Tirano. He was laying right there with a head wound. Just on the other side of this table with a big gallon of red wine was Carmine, and he had fallen back in his chair. He had the cigar in his mouth. And then around the other side of the table in the corner was Leonardo Coppolo, and his brains were just laying out next to him. And I didn't know who these people were at the time, so I took his wallet out, and it was him. So I got on the phone, I called the chief of detectives, I called my borough, my boss, everybody, let everybody know.
Local news photographers managed to grab a shot of Galante, splayed out by the unfinished meal. It became an iconic image of the Mafia's bloody reality.
That was the famous picture that went out across the world.
It
was such a perfect hit that it entered Mafia folklore. As investigators dug deeper, they soon realized it was a carefully devised assassination.
It was well planned because a car was waiting for them outside the restaurant, and they got away with it.
The getaway car was recovered a few blocks away. And there was an even greater puzzle. Where were the Zip bodyguards? Witnesses spoke of two other men in leather jackets, fitting the description of Cesare Bonaventre and Baldo Amato, hurrying away from the crime scene. It looked like the Zip bodyguards, supposed to protect Galante, had betrayed him. For the New York police and the FBI, it became one of their most high-profile cases. They needed to solve it to show they were coming down hard on organized crime. In the end, the only clue as to what had gone on came thanks to a stroke of good luck. Covert surveillance of a meeting of Gambino family men at a social club showed something interesting.
They started the camera going right across from the Ravenite Social Club of everything happening there.
They saw some of the Bonanno faction come over and give high fives with Nello Della Croce's people there.
These guys go up and it's like Anello Della Croce, big hug and kiss, and it was like, you know, it was everything but a touchdown signal in the end zone. This is right after the Galante killing.
And that really gave us the information that it was a mob commission sanctioned hit.
The surveillance evidence would lead to the only conviction to date. One of the group, Anthony Bruno Indelicado, was charged as one of Galante's masked killers. No one else stood trial. This included the two Zips seen fleeing the shooting.
They turned themselves in to be interviewed a couple of days later, and they had their attorney with them, and they refused anything I asked them.
The motive for the murder, however, was clear. Galante had become rich through drugs and refused to share his wealth. This had made enemies both inside and outside his own family.
It was just too much money for them to pass up. You know, we're talking about millions and millions of dollars.
His determination to replace Rastelli as Bonanno family boss merely added to the list of those who wanted to kill him.
It's one of those situations where you make a lot of enemies, and your enemies get together and decide you should go.
There's a clue as to why the Zips turned on him. After Galante's death, Cesare Bonaventre took over his heroin business. He continued to distribute the drug by exploiting what became known as the pizza connection, and Bonaventre made even more money.
Just the cell that I was involved in was bringing in $1 million a day. So that's $350 million a year. You know, major Fortune 500 companies don't make that type of money. And that's how big it was.
But a chance encounter on an airliner ended the pizza connection era. Bundles of cash wrapped in aprons from a pizza parlor gave away the network.
Federal law enforcement officials are celebrating what they consider to be a major victory in their war against organized crime. A former head of the Sicilian Mafia and 16 other reputed organized crime figures convicted yesterday of running one of the biggest heroin smuggling rings ever uncovered.
A showcase trial in 1985 brought the pizza connection to an end. Since Galante's death and the dismantling of the pizza connection, the Mafia's involvement in drugs has waned. Other ethnic groups moved in, and new drugs rose in popularity. The French connection has been replaced by new smuggling routes and new drug lords. As for Carmine Galante, his legacy is unusual even by Mafia standards. He showed that focus and sheer determination could get you far and fast, even after 12 years in prison. But his spectacular killing showed you can be too ambitious and too greedy, even for the Mafia.
He wanted to be the guy. He wanted to be the geek. But he never made it.
Carmine was stepping up into a position that they didn't want him in, and that's what got him killed.
Galante was a ruthless street rat thug who certainly got what he deserved.
In the end, he was so loathed that he was even refused a Catholic funeral mass. What's more, that rare thing in Mafia circles, he was buried surrounded by just a tiny group of close family. Few of his wider crime family bothered to pay respect. A true sign in the Mafia of an unloved and feared man. A final insult for someone hated by those who knew him. August the 14th, 1981, New York City. Dominic Sonny Black Napolitano, a captain in the Bonanno crime family, walks into the Motion Lounge Bar in Brooklyn. He hands the barman the keys to his apartment. A large bundle of cash and the diamond-encrusted rings from his fingers. He tells the barman he's going to a meeting and doesn't know if he's coming back. He is driven across town to a house in Staten Island. The meeting is in the basement. Sonny Black was killed because he had brought a spy, Donnie Brasco, into the inner sanctum of the Mafia. He was really Special Agent Joe Pistone.
Did I want to see him get killed? No. Would I rather have him gone to jail? Yeah.
Thanks to Pistone's 6 years undercover, over 200 mobsters will be convicted. And one of the biggest Mafia families brought down. It was the most successful undercover operation in FBI history. But the operation that would one day bring down the Mafia would start on a far smaller scale. In 1976, New York was facing a wave of truck hijackings.
These loads were sometimes worth $200,000-300,000. And the mob guys would hijack the truck, stick the truck up, take it, and then sell it to fences.
The FBI decided to initiate an undercover operation to target these fences in an effort to stem the flow of hijackings. They selected Joe Pistone for the operation. Pistone had racked up extensive undercover experience over his 15 years as an FBI agent.
I always worked undercover cases. I worked all criminal matters, bank robberies, prostitution cases, worked a lot of gambling cases.
Pistone had grown up in an Italian-American family in Paterson, New Jersey, and knew well the sort of people he might encounter undercover.
Growing up in a neighborhood, you always know who the mob guys are in a neighborhood, but, you know, my family's situation was, you know, you keep away from those guys, you know, don't get involved with them.
To get to the fences, the FBI created a cover for Pistone. A jewel thief.
We came up with burglar and jewel thief because when you're in an undercover situation, you can't become involved in any violence, crime of violence. So you come up with a legend that doesn't tend to lead toward violence. Not many jewel thieves in jail for murder, you know. So I went to school, learned all about jewelry, precious gems, the locks, alarms, safes. So we took about 6-7 months to prepare for this operation.
With his training complete, Pistone was ready to embark on his mission. In 1976, he left FBI headquarters with a new ID as Donnie Brasco, unaware he would not return for over 6 years. Now, his job was to find a way to infiltrate the hijackers.
You don't just walk into a place and say, hey, I'm Donnie Brasco, jewel thief, I want to start doing business with you. It doesn't work that way.
Pistone had moved from his home in New Jersey, leaving his wife and children behind, and rented an apartment in Manhattan.
The plan was we had certain bars and restaurants that we knew these guys hung out in. And the idea was for me to frequent these places and get my face seen, get known, and hopefully become engaged in conversation.
It would take many months until people trusted the new face as a local.
Well, the first 6 months I would just hit these different restaurants. Some were on the Upper East Side, some were down in Little Italy. I mean, they were basically all in Manhattan. I would just frequent, go in, sit at the bar, order a meal at the bar, order a drink at the bar, and just hang around for a couple hours. You can't form a pattern. You can't go into the same place the same day at the same time. It's not a 9-to-5 job. It's not a 5-day-a-week job. It's a 7-day-a-week job.
For Pistone, it was slow and repetitive work.
Did I enjoy it? I endured it. I put it that way. I endured it. I'm not really a bar guy. I don't drink. I mean, you know, I'll drink one beer, maybe one glass of wine. I wasn't in love with being an undercover agent. To me, it was part of my job.
Finally, after 6 months of targeting the bars of Manhattan, Pistone thought that his face had become familiar enough, and he decided to try his luck with a barman whom he suspected had criminal connections.
I finally felt, well, I got to make a move here. Come in one night and, hey, Donnie, how you doing? Okay. We start talking, and I had a package of diamonds. And I said, I need X amount of money for these. Say $10,000. As an undercover, you got to know what the street price of stuff is we call swag. You know, the difference of buying these diamonds at Tiffany's than buying off somebody in the street. And he didn't say a word, he just picked it up, put it in his pocket.
Days passed, and despite regular visits back to the bar, the package was never mentioned by the barman or by the man he knew as Donnie Brasco. But a fortnight later, there's a breakthrough.
After about 2 weeks, I come in one night. He says, somebody left this for you. It's an envelope, I pick it up. And the money's in there.
It was the payment for the jewels. This was the first important step in establishing Pistone's credibility as the criminal Donnie Brasco.
Now he knows it, you know, I mean, I don't have to spell it out to him that I'm a jewel thief, you know? And it went from there.
Over the next few months, the barman started to invite Donnie out, introducing him to numerous contacts.
The places we went to were all after-hours joints, you know, gambling and after hours. And he would introduce me, you know, just as Donnie.
Pistone was being introduced as Donnie Brasco to all sorts of shadowy people. But one introduction in particular would become very significant. The man was known as Jilly, and was not only a fence and a truck hijacker, but was what the mob called a made guy.
Made, straightened out, good fellow, wise guy. All those terms mean the same thing. You've been officially inducted into a particular mafia family.
Now news that Pistone was directly involved with a made mafia member changed the entire nature of the operation. The FBI seized the opportunity and encouraged Pistone to get in with Jilly and his crew. Pistone used all that he had learned at the FBI to convince them that he was a jewel thief, but they wanted to see the spoils of his crimes.
You have to be an earner, you know. They're not taking me in because they like my looks, you know. You have to see that I have the ability to make money.
Suddenly, Pistone needed to get hold of a lot more jewelry from his supposed robberies.
In the operation as a jewel thief, I mean, I wasn't going out robbing Tiffany's to get the jewels. Any jewelry that I brought around came from the FBI. It was confiscated jewelry that we got from U.S. Customs. You know, there was jewelry that was confiscated. Other times I would bring around watches.
As Pistone began handing over more and more jewelry, it seemed that he was convincing them that he was a genuine thief. But then, some of the gang members started asking for his help in their own robberies, breaking into homes, something he was reluctant to do as an FBI agent.
They'd ask me, you know, can you buy this alarm? Can you get in, you know? And a couple times I said, no, I can't bypass an alarm system. I can't, you know, I can't get into this place. I can't do this safe. And they got mad.
Pistone was called to a meeting by Jilly at his club with two other gangsters, Frankie and Patsy.
They locked the door. Patsy puts his gun on the table and he said, you know, Donnie, he says, unless you convince me that you're a really great jewel thief, he said, the only way you're going out of here is rolled up in that rug.
They began to question Pistone on every detail of his past.
where you're from, who did you know, what'd you do?
The questioning continued for 5 hours. Eventually, Jilly, convinced by Pistone's performance, called a halt to the meeting. But then, as Frankie and Patsy were backing down, Pistone took a massive gamble to increase his credibility.
If somebody calls you out in the street, you gotta be mad. And the only thing they're gonna understand here is some kind of force. So I hit Frankie. Patsy jumps on me, he starts punching me, starts beating me. But I can't do anything because he's a made guy. You can't hit a made guy. That's a penalty of death. So I just keep hitting Frankie. Then finally they break it up.
The fight didn't just make him seem a credible gangster, but it also gave Pistone the excuse to distance himself from the increasing violence of Jilly's crew.
I went to Jilly and I said, Jilly, you know, all due respect, but I don't want to be involved with these guys anymore. If they have something lined up, they have a score lined up, they have something they want to rob lined up, don't even tell me about it.
Believing Pistone was the real deal, Jilly introduced him to some major figures from another Mafia family, the Bonanos. First, he met Tony Mirra.
Tony Mirra was a major drug dealer, one mean guy. He was the type of guy, he just abused everybody, but he made tons of money for the family through his drug dealings.
And Mirra introduced him to Lefty Ruggiero, a hitman who had a reputed 23 killings to his name.
Lefty Ruggiero was what I would call 24-hour gangster. He was on being a gangster every minute of the day.
But Lefty Ruggiero had a trait that was invaluable for Pistone's operation.
He was a great historian as far as knowledge of the Mafia, how it worked and how it would work. And I gained a lot of valuable information from him.
Through Mirra and Ruggiero, Pistone was able to shine a torch on the inner workings of a Mafia family, something that the FBI, until then, had known surprisingly little about.
He could recount to us who was in, who was out. He could recount what rackets they were involved in. He could recount what's coming up in the future. The people he was involved in were particularly vicious. You know, who was going to kill who or who was on the outs.
In 1978, the operation had a major breakthrough. Tony Mirra was jailed for drug trafficking. And Lefty Ruggiero seized an opportunity to cash in on Pistone's skill as a good earner and made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Pistone would operate exclusively under Lefty as his partner. He would now be much more closely involved in Bonanno family business. And critically, Lefty was part of a crew run by one of the most powerful captains in the Bonanno family, Dominic "Sonny Black" Napolitano.
Sonny Black was an effective, important leader, a capo. He had about 15 to 20 members in his crew, about 10 or 12 made guys, and probably at least 20 or 30 other what are known as associates or wannabes who hang around and work with the family. He dressed effectively like the consummate or quintessential mobster. T-shirts, dark suits, heavy on jewelry, rings, pinky rings, swaggered, talk tough.
Pistone was now hanging out daily with Sonny Black at his social club, the Motion Lounge in Brooklyn.
The average day in the life of a wise guy is not as exciting as you might think. You know, you might meet up at 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. You hang out at the social club all day, and you know, your conversation is about what you're going to rob, what you're going to steal, who's stealing from you, how much money you're making in this operation, how much money you're making in that operation. It's a steady grind every day.
Thanks to Pistone, the FBI were in a position they had never anticipated. They had an agent as an active member in a major crew in the New York Mafia.
There was a lot of excitement because up to this point, nobody had infiltrated to the point that they were running around with made guys in any family.
Pistone was now even better placed to gather material on a wide range of Mafia activities.
At this stage, I was gathering a lot of intelligence information, drug deals, extortion, hijacking, political corruption, politicians, law enforcement people that were corrupt. So it was a myriad of information.
But more than that, by working with Lefty, he was able to learn who the major players were in the Bonanno family and other New York families, giving the FBI names of captains and bosses.
I was finding out who the upper echelons, the structure of the family, who was basically running the family. So a lot of it had to do with intelligence information that we didn't know by doing investigations and that we weren't getting from informants. We showed we can go after and get the upper echelon versus the guys on the bottom doing all the dirty work.
Pistone's intelligence was helping the FBI build a much clearer picture of not just how the Bonanno family was run, but the whole Mafia. And what emerged was how much the various Mafia families were in fact cooperating with each other.
You came to realize that this was not a monolithic organization. These folks were working together. They might have been individual families that, for work purposes and for power purposes, but in the scheme of things, they were working together, sharing these criminal activities.
And Pistone's success was not limited to just the Mafia in New York. With his strong credibility, he could now vouch for other undercover agents and instigate connections with other Mafia families, as far away as Los Angeles. In Milwaukee, he was so successful, he even managed to set up a face-to-face meeting with the mob boss there, the first time an FBI agent had sat down with such a high-ranking mobster. In Florida also, the FBI had been attempting to infiltrate the Mafia. They had set up a club, the King's Court, which they had hoped would be a beacon for Florida's mobsters. Pistone saw a way to help the operation by suggesting that Sonny Black become a partner in the club. The idea appealed to Sonny, and he sent Pistone and Lefty to Florida to check it out. Pistone now discovered that, like many city wise guys, Lefty had hardly ever left his New York borough.
Everybody thinks that mob guys are so worldly and they know everything. I mean, they're really parochial, and Lefty was no different. Had no idea how to make a plane reservation, because a lot of time, most of the time, when they wanted to go somewhere, the plane tickets were, back in the day before the computers, they were stolen, from travel agents.
When Lefty saw the club, he reported favorably back to Sonny, and Sonny liked what he heard. But to operate in Florida, Sonny Black would still need the permission of the local mafia, headed by Santo Traficante.
That's when Sonny then starts moving ahead to get a meeting with Traficante.
Sonny flew to Miami to meet the Florida boss to propose running illegal gambling operations together from the club. Traficante agreed to the deal. It was a breathtaking achievement for the FBI.
Here we got two major bosses that we married up together to become involved in illegal activities with. I mean, unheard of. So that's, that was a big thing.
The FBI had the back office of the King's Court fully installed with microphones and cameras.
The King's Court was wired for audio and video, but it was only in the office, not the club, because the patrons were regular people who didn't know it was an FBI operation.
Pistone and other undercover agents started to stage drug deals with Mafia mobsters there.
What do you want you at, Tom? Good. I can walk in the place in this town.
It was a gold mine of intelligence for the FBI. But for the Bananos, it was a major money-making operation. And Sonny Black loved it.
Every time you went to the club, it was packed. I mean, it was a big hit among the locals, you know, and everybody that in there was a citizen, you know. So the club was making money. We're doing illegal gambling, casino nights, and illegal bingo games, which was big down there because of the elderly population. You can make a lot of money running bingo because they were taking the big cut for themselves.
Pistone was impressing Sonny Black, so much so that Sonny asked him to head up the operation in Florida. But more importantly for the FBI, in another promotion for Pistone, he no longer had to report to Lefty Ruggiero, but would answer directly to Sonny Black. Pistone now had access to one of the most important captains in the New York Mafia. Nothing like this had ever been done before. Now based in Florida, on trips back to New York, Pistone would even stay at Sonny's house, and they would spend hours feeding Sonny's racing pigeons on his roof.
I got to know Sonny Black pretty good, and although he was a stone-cold killer and a gangster, Sonny was the kind of guy you could spend time with. I mean, you know, he would talk about the gambling, the drugs. He would talk about, you know, who's the power in the family, all that. But you could also have other conversations with him. He loved those pigeons. You know, like I said, we go up every morning and he'd feed them and change their water and give me a history lessons on pigeons. I mean, I never listened to it, but I had told the FBI guys, when those pigeon coops come down, you can say goodbye to Sonny Black. You know he's gone.
Pistone's close relationship with Sonny Black now gave him even more access to information within the Mafia. He discovered that one faction of the Bonanno family, recent Sicilian immigrants known as Zips, were enormous drug importers. They used a series of pizza restaurants to distribute the drugs.
The Zips were Sicilians brought over to run the pizza shops that they had all over New York and Pennsylvania, not only to distribute the heroin, but to use these Zips for murders and anything else that they needed from them.
Based on Pistone's information, the FBI launched a major investigation into the Zips pizza restaurant drug trade. But they couldn't act on it immediately, because if Pistone's identity were revealed to the Mafia, he would be killed instantly.
every day going to work like that, knowing he could easily be made or betrayed, and his life would have been worthless. And yet he did it for years.
As long as the person's undercover, you can't do anything with that information until they surface, or you jeopardize them.
But in fact, by now, there was a far more serious threat to Pistone's life. Tony Mirra, Pistone's first contact in the Mafia, was released from jail and furious that Pistone was earning money from Sonny Black and Lefty. He wanted revenge.
What you have to remember, there's a lot of jealousy and envy in the mob. Mirra gets out of jail, and he's jealous because he thinks I'm making a lot of money, and because I'm real close to Sonny Black. So he goes and he goes to his captain and says that I should be with him and not Lefty, because he's the one that brought me around.
But Sonny, keen to keep his cut of Pistone's earnings, was reluctant to pass him back to Mirra.
Mirra goes to Sonny, and Sonny says no.
Mirra then took his complaint a stage further and called for the other capos to arbitrate the decision. Lefty and Sonny were called on to defend their claim on Pistone in a series of meetings. Lefty would phone Pistone after each one to let him know what was happening, and Pistone would secretly record their conversations.
Hey, Donnie, let me tell you something. I had a 4.5-hour meeting about you today.
For what?
Donnie, don't say for what.
Well, Left, you say don't say for what. How do I know? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I won you, and I'm going to keep you.
Well, that's right.
All right, I'm not giving you up, and so is Sonny. We own Donnie, and we giving up Rocky. Now, you give up my prick, I says. I won you. I'm not giving you up. I'll die with you.
Well, how does Sonny stand tonight with us?
Where's he stand? He's not giving you up. Not giving you up. Ain't nobody having you.
Hey, I don't want no part of Mirra.
Sonny Black and Lefty won and got to keep Pistone as their own. But Mirra wasn't finished yet, and in an act of revenge, he would do something that would instantly threaten Pistone's life.
So he figures that, well, if I can't have him, nobody's going to have him. So then what Mirra does is he puts in a beef with all the captains that I stole $250,000 in a drug deal. And, that's a no-no. You don't steal money from the family.
The severity of the accusations demanded a series of high-level meetings or sit-downs. A sit-down was, in effect, a trial. High-ranking mobsters from the Bonanno family in New York, including some of the Sicilian Zips and Bonannos from far away as Canada, were called in to judge the accusations leveled at Pistone. If Pistone were found guilty, he would be executed immediately.
If you lose a sit-down, you're gonna get killed right then. I mean, it's not like, they're gonna give you, we're gonna give you a month to get your affairs in order.
Rocky admitted that you made $250,000.
Who did Rocky tell you?
Anthony Mirra and his men. Don't you understand?
He's a lying son of... He's a lying son of... He's lying, Left.
I don't give a fuck.
He's a liar. I'd never cut any junk money up with him.
I don't fucking count.
Why does this guy want to, start...
He wants you bad.
So what do we do now?
I don't give a fuck, but you can't
I ain't
help
afraid
me
of
out.
anybody.
You can't help me out. I have to handle it. Without you.
And I ain't afraid of Mirra either. When's this thing all gonna end with this guy?
It ain't gonna end.
Sonny spent 3 hours fighting for Donnie. Eventually, his life was spared.
Sonny Black wins the sit-down.
Pistone may have survived the sit-down, but he had made a serious enemy of Tony Mirra. The FBI were concerned the operation was becoming too dangerous and began to consider pulling Pistone out.
They were talking about closing the operation down.
But Pistone thought otherwise and managed to convince his boss, Jules Bonavolonte, to continue just a little while longer.
I convinced Jules, there's nothing to worry about, you know? I mean, I can handle this.
By the end of 1980, FBI agent Joe Pistone had been undercover in the Mafia for nearly 5 years. His intelligence had been invaluable to the FBI. They had wiretaps on senior members of the New York Mafia, cases open on Sicilian heroin trafficking, the Milwaukee mob, and Colombian drug deals in Florida. And as a trusted confidant to one of the most powerful captains in the New York Mafia, the outlook for Pistone and the FBI was looking good. But soon, Pistone's operation was to become far more complicated. In Florida, a Las Vegas night was planned for the King's Court, an illegal gambling evening with craps, roulette wheels, and blackjack. The event was scheduled for January the 17th, 1981. Sonny and a number of New York wise guys had flown down for the event. The local sheriff had been paid to turn a blind eye.
I was right there when he paid the guy off. The guy assured us that everything was taken care of, you know.
At first, the evening went well.
The place was mobbed. King's Court was mobbed. Had all kind of money. I mean, we were making all kind of money.
But when the night was in full swing, something went terribly wrong. The club was raided by the local police. And Sonny, who refused to provide identification, was taken to jail. He was bailed the following day, but was furious.
Sonny spent the night in a can. He wasn't too happy the next day, believe me. He wasn't too happy the next day.
Sonny Black was convinced there must have been a rat. Pistone had to be concerned that suspicion might fall on him. But as the crew flew back to New York, there was further cause for concern. Months earlier, in a move to impress his mob connections in Florida, Pistone had borrowed a luxury boat from the FBI for a fishing trip with Lefty. But now, Lefty spotted an article in a magazine detailing an FBI sting operation in which agents had posed as Arab sheikhs to entrap corrupt congressmen. The article included a picture of a boat used in the operation. It was the same boat that Pistone had used to impress Lefty Ruggiero.
The boat that we used was on the front page of Newsweek. There's another major undercover operation going called Abscam. It wasn't supposed to get surface for a long time. But what happened was is it got exposed.
Lefty demanded to know how Donnie had got hold of an FBI boat.
I told Lefty, remember this girl we met out in San Diego? And, you know, do you remember she said her brother had a boat in Miami and that we can use it any time? So I said, look, Left, I said, you were there, you know. Even if it is a government boat, they were after, you know, they're after the politicians. They weren't after us. They never came after us. So I got away with that one.
Lefty seemed to buy his story, but Pistone could not be sure he was still completely trusted by either Lefty or Sonny. But then any doubts he might have had disappeared when Pistone was given an astonishing vote of confidence from Sonny Black. Sonny Black proposed Pistone for full membership of the Mafia.
He had to go to every captain in the family and say, hey, I'm going to propose Donnie Brasco. You guys have anything against Donnie? And if one captain says a negative thing, they can't propose you. And all the other captains okayed it.
As a made man, it would be like a letter of introduction to some of the most powerful mobsters in America. Pistone would have much greater access to other parts of the Mafia and some of their most closely guarded secrets. But at FBI headquarters, there was real concern. It was all very well having an agent inside the Mafia, but having an agent inducted to a senior level could compromise the entire operation.
Theoretically, to become a member, you would have had to kill somebody. And their position was that even though he had not had to kill somebody, that would destroy his credibility before the courts.
And dramatic events within the Bonanno family power structure increased concerns in the FBI. The Bonanno family was in the midst of a civil war. And Sonny Black was right at the forefront of it. It had begun 2 years earlier, when Sonny Black had taken part in the murder of the boss of his own family, Carmine Galante. And now, Sonny was ordered to take out 3 rival capos. As the violence escalated, there was an increasing risk that Pistone could be killed in the crossfire.
Now that this war was going on, this is the first time everybody's carrying a gun now. Sonny Black gave me a gun to carry. Because guys that were with the other 3 captains were looking to kill us.
He was involved in some of the most vicious territorial wars that were going on organized crime, so he was right there at the focus point.
And then, Sonny Black put Pistone in a position the FBI had been desperate to avoid. Sonny ordered Pistone to track down a rival mobster, Bruno Indelicato, and kill him.
So Sonny sends me to Florida because that's where they thought Bruno was. And the plan was if I found him, I'd call the FBI, they'd snatch him, we'd make it look like a hit, and then I can go back and say, you know, I took care of him.
But the FBI decided it was far too dangerous and ordered Pistone to pull out of the 6-year operation.
When we ended the operation, he was very upset because I'm sure he felt that if he could have been made, his credibility would have been enhanced.
Can you imagine the kick in the ass when it comes out, you know, Bonanno Mafia family makes FBI, undercover FBI agent? About I couldn't convince him, so we had to surface.
Two weeks later, with Pistone safely out of the way, Sonny was visited at his club by FBI agents. The agents presented a picture of the three of them with a fourth man, one of their most trusted crew members. You know this man as Donnie Brasco. He is, in fact, an FBI agent.
And Sonny said, well, if I see him around, then now I'll know. I mean, he really didn't believe it.
But eventually, Sonny Black began to accept the truth, and the FBI watched as he retreated to his pigeon coop to think over his options. He realized that if Donnie Brasco were an undercover agent, then, as the man responsible for bringing him into the Mafia, he was sure to be killed.
The FBI offered him protection. All he had to do was come forward. He said no. He knew what the results might be, but he wouldn't betray his oath. He decided to go down at the end, and he knew pretty much that he was on a hit list.
2 weeks later, Sonny Black was called to a meeting.
I didn't want to see him get killed, but, you know, he brought it upon himself. You know, when the agents went to talk to him, he could have easily called them later on and said, look, I'm coming in, you know. What kind of deal can I make? But he didn't. He was a real man and he was a real gangster. And that's how we left it. I said, you know, when you see those pigeon coops on the top of Sonny's apartment building getting torn down, he's dead. 17 days later, they start taking the pigeon coops down. That's when they killed him.
Sonny's body was found dumped in a New York river. Symbolically, his hands, which had welcomed an FBI agent into the Mafia, had been cut off. The mob now closed in on anyone who had been involved with Donnie Brasco.
They killed Sonny Black. They killed Tony Mirra. They killed Jilly. Did I want to see him get killed? No. Would I rather have him gone to jail? Yeah. But it wasn't my doing, in my mind, that got him killed.
The FBI learned that Lefty Ruggiero had been summoned to a meeting where he would be murdered. They intercepted him and arrested him.
He thought it was a hit team, you know, because the agents were in surveillance clothes, just in, you know, nondescript cars. And he thought he was going to get clipped.
With Pistone now out of the firing range, the FBI used his information to go after hundreds of Mafia members.
4 years ago, a petty jewel thief known as Donnie Brasco began working his way up inside the mob. Last year, in a New York trial, Brasco unmasked himself. His real name? Joseph Pistone, undercover agent in the FBI.
I think I testified in about 17 different trials. We had 235 convictions. In New York, you know, we knocked out the Bonanno family to a great extent.
Bonanno family, as I know of it, I think they are nothing but a street gang at this point in time.
In Milwaukee, we took down the whole family. You know, the boss, the underboss, a couple of his captains, Same thing in Florida, you know.
A federal grand jury in Tampa today indicted Santo Traficante and 11 others on racketeering charges.
That includes gambling, extortion, bribery, and narcotics.
In 1985, Pistone testified in the trial of the Sicilian heroin traffickers. Known as the Pizza Connection, it was one of the longest trials in American history.
All the principal defendants in this case were convicted. 18 of 19 defendants overall were convicted. It's an outstanding result. We couldn't have hoped for anything better. And it is a tremendous victory for the effort against the Mafia.
And in what became known as the Commission Trial, Pistone identified the heads of the New York families.
They're calling it the biggest sweep of underworld leadership in nearly 30 years. 5 reputed Godfathers arrested and indicted in New York.
His evidence and testimony was central in securing convictions on 151 counts. Pistone's operations spelled the beginning of the end for the mob, as gangsters at all levels of the Mafia were sent to jail. Amongst them was Lefty Ruggiero, imprisoned for conspiring to murder the 3 capos, distributing drugs, extortion, bank robbery, and illegal gambling in Florida.
So he spent like 15 years in jail. I hate to be the guy that was his cellmate or guard, because he had to be the biggest pain in the arse there ever was.
The Mafia responded by placing a $500,000 bounty on Pistone's head. To this day, Agent Joseph Pistone lives under a pseudonym in an undisclosed location. In 1979, the FBI launched a vast electronic surveillance operation at one criminal in particular, Alan Dorfman.
Alan Dorfman was the man that got things done, the power broker.
Alan Dorfman wasn't a mafioso. He wasn't even Italian. He was Jewish. And his weapon was not a gun, but a pen.
Dorfman was a white-collar type thug.
He had no real scruples or morals.
Dorfman's crime was to raid $1 billion pension fund for his Mafia bosses.
The pension fund was a gold mine.
As the Mafia's banker, he financed their huge casinos in Las Vegas.
He was a very powerful associate because he made money for them.
Dorfman was close to the Mafia's heart and in the crosshairs of the FBI. This is the extraordinary story of how the FBI hunted Alan Dorfman, bugged his business, and caused one of the biggest disasters in Mafia history. Alan Dorfman need not have been a mobster. After the Second World War, he returned to America a decorated Marine. But he could only find work as a women's self-defense instructor and sports coach, earning just $4,000 a year. Dorfman was going nowhere, and he wanted more. Luckily, he was close to one influential person who could fix him up: his stepfather. Paul Red Dorfman was a tough, old-school Chicago mobster. His power base was in the growing trade union movement, including the mighty Teamsters Union. By 1953, with 1.2 million members working in transport nationwide, a Teamsters strike could paralyze the United States. The Teamsters had what the mob liked: real muscle. An ambitious Teamsters official, Jimmy Hoffa, wanted to become president at the top of the powerful union. Red Dorfman agreed to help.
There was a lot of intelligence information that Hoffa had made accommodations with organized crime in order to rise to the power that he developed.
In return for supporting Hoffa, Red Dorfman wanted something back: a job for his son, running the Teamsters' lucrative insurance business. No matter that Alan Dorfman had no financial qualifications or insurance experience, he didn't even have an office. Such was the power of the mob that Dorfman's hastily set up insurance agency got the contract. The Teamsters employers now paid Dorfman's agency an insurance premium for every union man. And so, for new insurance executive Alan Dorfman, the good times began to roll.
He had very expensive clothes. I remember he wore what was clearly a very expensive camel hair coat. He drove expensive cars. He had a very nice house in Lincolnwood. He went out to eat at fancy restaurants. He had plenty of cash to spend.
The deal worked out well for both sides. Over the next 10 years, Alan Dorfman became a millionaire. And mob-backed Jimmy Hoffa rose fast in the Teamsters Union. But there was a cloud on the horizon. In Washington, the authorities were increasingly concerned by the unholy alliance of organized crime and the labor movement. In 1957, the United States Senate McClellan Committee began investigating union officials and mob associates. That meant trouble for Jimmy Hoffa and Alan Dorfman. Government agents discovered that Alan Dorfman had made $3 million from Teamsters insurance policies. Half of it by wildly overcharging on the premiums. The high insurance fees were not illegal, and the committee could do nothing about it. But committee investigators did soon discover illegal practices. Dorfman had siphoned off over $330,000 in cash from his company for unspecified expenses, and Hoffa had been lent cash that was never returned. A young lawyer, Robert F. Kennedy, was the committee's legal counsel. He asked Hoffa to explain himself.
Did you borrow all this money on the same day, and you don't know what it was for?
What's for expenditures that I needed at that time? I can't recall offhand.
And this was in cash also?
That's right.
And no collateral, no note?
That's right.
And no interest paid?
That's right.
Has it been paid back?
No, it has not.
Although the committee strongly suspected that stolen cash was being used for illegal payoffs and kickbacks to union officials, they couldn't prove it. That left Hoffa and Dorfman at liberty to exploit the wealthy Teamsters Union on an unprecedented scale. Although the Teamsters insurance business was a good money spinner for Dorfman, it was dwarfed by the possibilities of the vast Teamsters pension fund. Millions of dollars in workers' contributions poured in every month. The question was, where to invest it? Other funds invested prudently, spreading risk, but Alan Dorfman helped Hoffa pour tens of millions of dollars of Teamsters loans into just one client's pocket, the mob.
Teamsters especially, the pension fund, was a gold mine. It was the goose that laid the golden egg.
The Central States Pension Fund earned the nickname the Mafia Bank. And what did the gangsters do with all these millions? They built casino hotels in the Nevada desert, Las Vegas.
The first casino out here, the Flamingo Hotel, was built by the mob. As a strip group, not all of it was mob money. Most of it was.
The Stardust, the Fremont, and the Desert Inn were all funded by multi-million-dollar loans from the Teamsters Pension Fund. And in the 1960s, these casinos were owned and controlled by the Mafia.
Dorfman was absolutely instrumental in that. He engineered, by and large, the mob's influence in the Las Vegas casinos and the purchase of those casinos with the hidden interests of the various mobsters.
Hoffa and Dorfman approved 60 loans totaling a mammoth $91 million on strangely favorable terms to the mob.
The people who got the loans did not have to pledge any collateral, did not have to have the normal background checks that a bank would have conducted before giving multi-million-dollar loans.
There was a reason for this lax lending policy. Every time they approved a loan, up to 10% was taken as a kickback by Hoffa and Dorfman.
Alan Dorfman arranged a lot of loans. He took a fee on every one of them.
The kickbacks could be huge.
If you want to put up a building, and it would cost, with your profit, $900,000 to put it up, but you've got to give me $100,000, you make your bid $1 million.
Everybody thought that was fine. There was enough money for everybody.
The Mafia generally didn't like to pay money back. But provided Hoffa and Dorfman got their kickback, they didn't seem to care if the Teamsters never saw their money again. Dorfman and Hoffa were riding high, but 1961 saw in a new government and the return of an old enemy. Robert Kennedy was appointed U.S. Attorney General. As the top law enforcement officer in America, Kennedy's stated goal was to break the grip of organized crime. He set about radically changing the Department of Justice and the FBI. Kennedy launched a new kind of investigative unit, a Department of Justice strike force aimed at union corruption. And Kennedy dramatically increased the number of lawyers in the organized crime and racketeering section from 17 to 63. One unit was very much at the forefront of the campaign.
It was called the Labor Rights Unit, and I was in it. And the press called it the Get Hoffa Unit.
To get Hoffa was harder than it sounds. In October 1962, the unit did prosecute Hoffa, alleging he'd received improper payments from a trucking company. But the verdict was far from certain. Then, they got lucky. During the trial, Hoffa played straight into the government's hands.
If he'd accepted the jury verdict, he would have been found not guilty, and it would have been potentially a major victory for him.
A powerful manipulator and used to getting his own way, Hoffa just couldn't leave the verdict to chance.
He had to fix the jury, and he got caught fixing the jury, and that's obstruction of justice, and then he was convicted.
A maximum 1-year sentence suddenly grew a whole lot bigger. Hoffa's mob-style jewelry tampering had backfired badly.
Outside the district court building in the nation's capital, Teamster boss James Hoffa surrenders to U.S. Marshals to begin serving an 8-year prison term for jury tampering.
Hoffa was gone. But for at least one person, this was a great opportunity. Before he went to jail, Hoffa announced, "Alan speaks for me on all pension fund questions." In those few words, the one-time sports coach was made one of the United States' most powerful financiers. Alan Dorfman now controlled a vast $400 million mountain of money.
The title CEO of Crime Inc. would be a good description of Dorfman, or perhaps a better one would be Chief Financial Officer of the mob. I don't think anybody could have done what he did because he had the skills and the character and the lack of morality to do what was necessary for the mob.
But Dorfman discovered he was not allowed complete control. Access to the pension fund was just too important to the mob. The Chicago outfit decided to safeguard the Mafia bank. They gave Dorfman an advisor, Joey the Clown Lombardo.
The outfit did not trust Alan Dorfman and therefore placed Lombardo in the position that he had, which was an overseer.
Joey the Clown Lombardo was a serious mobster. He may have earned his name joking around, but he was a shrewd businessman and a killer.
I don't think Lombardo respected anyone. I think he had a grudging respect for Dorfman for what he could do. But Joe Lombardo liked Joe Lombardo, and that was about the extent of the people he liked.
It was Lombardo who oversaw the Las Vegas casinos. And now, although he had no official position, guided Alan Dorfman at the Teamsters Pension Fund.
He did show up on almost a daily basis to find out exactly what Dorfman was doing and to provide guidance, to direct Dorfman to make sure that he did as the outfit wanted him to do.
That's the one person you don't hear Dorfman arguing much with.
But the two men got along well. With Lombardo's backing, Dorfman approved million-dollar loans designed to leach cash directly into mob hands.
It was no secret that he was in the pocket of organized crime. He was a tool of the Chicago outfit. They controlled Dorfman.
No matter that a string of businesses invested in by the Teamsters Pension Fund went bust, and millions of dollars was effectively stolen in the process.
Dorfman was a white-collar type thug. He controlled money. Dorfman would never be involved in a burglary or an armed robbery or an extortion. That's not what he did. He was a different kind of criminal.
Defaulted loans to just one businessman cost the pension fund $15 million. But Dorfman couldn't care less. He got paid thousands of dollars in a kickback on every one. Business was so good that he now crisscrossed the states in a private jet he'd bought from Frank Sinatra. But when one such deal and kickback went sour, the FBI pounced. In October 1972, the court in Chicago heard how businessman Leo Horvath had applied for a Teamsters loan of $1.5 million. He had personally paid Dorfman a $55,000 kickback in cash. 2 days later, Dorfman approved the loan. At last, this scam was exposed, and Dorfman was found guilty. It seemed the Mafia's banker was in real trouble. But for some reason, the trial judge sentenced Dorfman to just 1 year in federal prison. Far from being a killer blow to his career, it hardly even broke his stride.
In the 1972 fraud conviction, didn't rat on anyone, which probably enhanced his reputation with the mob at that time. And he did his thing and came out and kept on going.
With Lombardo behind him, Dorfman's looting of the Teamsters pension fund didn't merely continue uninterrupted, but shifted into high gear as never before. Between 1972 and 1976, he approved $186 million in loans to finance fevered mob development of Las Vegas casinos. $20 million went to Caesar's Palace alone, and $23 million to Circus Circus. And the kickback to Dorfman, 7% of Circus Circus Corporation shares, potentially worth millions. But the FBI hadn't given up the hunt for Dorfman. In 1974, they'd found enough evidence to charge Dorfman and Lombardo with milking the Teamsters pension fund of $1.4 million. Dorfman was again just a step away from a long prison sentence. Key witness for the prosecution was businessman Daniel Seifert, who had been talking to the feds. If Seifert testified, Lombardo and Dorfman were both going down. The Mafia didn't hesitate to protect their biggest source of ready cash.
They had no hesitation eliminating witnesses if it would keep them out of court.
One Saturday, Seifert went to his office to meet his wife. Mrs. Seifert was pushed at gunpoint into a washroom. Seifert made a run for it. The first shotgun blast failed to stop him, but a second blast to the chest brought him down. Finally, to leave no doubt, Daniel Seifert was shot at point-blank range. As Seifert fell, so did the court case. Lombardo and Dorfman walked free again. It was clear to the Department of Justice and the FBI that Joe Lombardo and the Chicago outfit would stop at nothing to keep Dorfman and the Mafia bank in business. And they were right. Even old friends were not safe. On the 23rd of December, 1971, Jimmy Hoffa had been given an early Christmas present. a pardon from President Nixon. But although released from prison, Hoffa also wanted something else, his old job back.
I have never sold a work around. I have negotiated the best contracts in America. Nobody can deny it. They don't even try to deny it. I've got eyeglasses, teeth, pension funds, conditions, and the highest wages in the whole world for our people. Talk to our people. Let them be the judge whether or not I'm a labor leader or whether I'm a crook.
The Mafia bosses felt their money machine was working well and considered Dorfman to be an essential cog. The return of Hoffa was something they could do without. Hoffa now rounded angrily on the mob. He spoke openly in the papers and on radio and television about exposing mob corruption and getting the mob out of the Teamsters Union. He even threatened to stop the Mafia from using the pension fund.
Jimmy Hoffa sincerely thought of himself as a tough guy, as tough as anybody in the mob. He never thought that he would come to the end he came to at the hands of the mob.
On the 30th of July, 1975, Jimmy Hoffa went missing.
Hoffa was last seen alive at the fashionable Red Fox restaurant in a Detroit suburb. He waited there in vain to keep an appointment. Hoffa left his car in the restaurant car park when he vanished, and in spite of an intensive search around Detroit, there's been sight nor sound of him since.
The FBI put 200 agents on the Hoffa disappearance and spent millions to find him. To this day, his body has never been found. If the mob thought Hoffa's disappearance had blown the FBI off course, they were wrong. In 1978, the government began to form an attack plan to get rid of Alan Dorfman once and for all.
We were after Dorfman, make no mistake about it, because he was the gear that made everything run as far as controlling of the Central States Pension Fund.
Stopping Dorfman would not only cut off the Mafia's money supply. More than that, following the trail of dodgy loans would allow them to convict mobsters throughout the US.
If we penetrated Dorfman and his contacts, we could get to other aspects of his association, which would include the mob, which would include the Teamsters, and as it turned out, high-ranking government officials.
The FBI realized that snaring Dorfman was not going to be quick or easy. To have any chance of success, they would have to use surreptitious electronic surveillance far more extensively than ever before. The plan was to record all Dorfman's phone conversations with his associates in the hope that they would incriminate themselves.
That was a tremendous manpower drain, and it was really a fight to get the FBI at that time to agree to put that many people in the case.
FBI chiefs worried that penetrating Dorfman was looking just too expensive.
They were concerned as to how long it would continue, which was fairly perceptive on their part because we intended to continue it as long as we could.
Another obstacle was that just tapping Dorfman's phone calls was far from straightforward.
Each call that came in on a separate line could have been transferred to Alan Dorfman in his office. And therefore, we could not simply tap one line. We had to tap all lines going into that office.
The problem was that for wiretap evidence to be admissible at trial, they would need a court warrant for each individual line.
We were going to be forced to request the ability to tap into approximately 15 or 16 telephone lines.
But in the end, they decided they had to go for Dorfman. On the 29th of January 1979, a court gave permission for multiple wiretaps, and Operation Pendorf began. The FBI rented offices nearby, so the telephone company could redirect the phone lines. Agents could monitor and record all of Dorfman's phone conversations. Immediately, his world opened up to them. On that very first day, they heard Dorfman brokering a $90 million deal for the mob concerning the Aladdin Casino Hotel, Las Vegas.
Dorfman's days, as best as we could tell, when he was in the office and when he was actually working and not playing golf, was mainly communicating with the gangsters, fulfilling their needs, a problem solver, influence peddling, everything you'd think a power broker in legitimate business would do today.
Just how far removed Dorfman was from legitimate business was shown only a few days later. On February the 2nd, agents were stunned when Dorfman's conversations involved loan sharking, a takeover of the Teamsters pension fund, the unlawful use of gold certificates, and even a plan to kill the Teamsters president. And that was just one day's work for Alan Dorfman. Over the next 6 months, the FBI monitored 112,000 phone calls, recorded over 3,500, and focused on nearly 1,000 conversations. But it wasn't enough. The FBI needed to hear all of Dorfman's business conversations, not just when he was on the phone. To do that, they would have to bug his office.
The information that we developed on the telephones led us to have sufficient probable cause to ask the courts for the ability to put a microphone in his office.
But installing a secret microphone infringes a citizen's right to privacy. Getting court approval for this would be even more difficult.
Everyone was a little bit more skittish about that because the expectation of privacy was of considerable concern. So it was often much more difficult to get a bug because you had to show more to satisfy the officials in Washington that this was something that should be done.
Doug Roller won the argument in Washington and persuaded a federal judge to grant the warrant. With this to back them up, all the FBI now had to do was break into Dorfman's office.
We entered Dorfman's office surreptitiously late at night because we had an informant who worked for Alan Dorfman's office. We simply had my informant rent a parking place under the building, and we drove into the underground parking and went up into the building and went into the office.
Agents made 7 night raids to plant 2 microphones. Now, rather than his business-like telephone manner, they got the real Alan Dorfman.
But all you get from him, your promises are bullshit. All I know is we ain't got a fucking thing. Now where the fuck are we going?
He was very gruff, a lot of profanities, and very arrogant, and became angered when what he wanted was not being done.
Did you ever give me a fucking dime, Morris? You ever give Hoffa a fucking dime? If you did, I don't know about it. And if you did, I don't give a fuck, because I didn't get nothing.
He did not mince words, and most of his conversations were laced with profanity.
But when the FBI microphones overheard Dorfman's meetings with Joey the Clown Lombardo, the agents heard the usually arrogant loudmouth transform.
He would walk around Las Vegas shouting orders like a Marine sergeant. And then when he met the mob boss in Chicago, he was a meek, mild businessman.
What did he get out of it? I would say he got somewhere between 3 and 5 million. Yeah, that's 25% beyond? That's right. That's the player we want right away. Well, you can make the demand. Make the demand. Now he's in trouble.
Our opinion of Joe Lombardo actually improved as we listened to the conversations. We overheard conversations most mornings where they were reading the Wall Street Journal, they were discussing the articles, and really there was no difference in the understanding of the material on the part of Lombardo as compared to Dorfman.
But there was a significant difference between Joey Lombardo and Alan Dorfman, as Lombardo clearly revealed on tape in a meeting with Morris Schenker, a Dorfman associate.
Alan's meek and Alan is harmless, but the people behind him are not meek and harmless. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you one thing. You said you're 72? I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. If they come back and tell me to give you a message, and if you wanted to fire him, I assure you that you will never reach 73.
What the FBI had long suspected was now admitted on tape. Joey Lombardo was a mob enforcer and would stop at nothing to back up their money man, Alan Dorfman. Over 2,000 reels of Dorfman at his office, on the phone and in meetings, were recorded and transcribed. Even though he was unaware of this, Dorfman seemed careful and guarded.
Alan Dorfman, like a lot of the gangsters, didn't think that they would be caught. They thought they were too smart.
But Alan Dorfman made a mistake. With the mics on and the reels rolling, Dorfman was chatting with associates when he referred to an incriminating meeting. Thanks to the wiretaps, a jaw-dropping and damning story unfurled. Teamsters president, Roy L. Williams, had a problem with a government bill to deregulate the trucking industry. Any breakup of the Teamsters monopoly meant a loss of money and power for the union. Another person with a problem was Howard W. Cannon, the powerful senator for Nevada. Land developers were eyeing a plot next to his exclusive Las Vegas country club home. The planned 9-story apartment blocks would spoil his view and damage property values. The vacant lot was owned by the Teamsters Central States Pension Fund. At a meeting on Wednesday, January the 10th, 1979, Cannon and Williams met with power broker Alan Dorfman. Senator Cannon asked Dorfman whether he might arrange to sell him the 6 acres abutting his fancy home. Williams asked Senator Cannon whether he might arrange to personally oversee the trucking deregulation bill. They agreed a deal, in effect, a bribe. And to bribe a U.S. senator is a crime. In Washington, Cannon delivered on his part of the bargain. As chairman, he steered the trucking bill into his Commerce Committee, where it was delayed and watered down. But Dorfman found to his dismay that he couldn't deliver on his side. Recent legislation had stopped him dealing in land as he pleased. The bugs heard Dorfman vent his frustration.
In the bug, Dorfman is going on about, you know, how terrible this was. These guys are pieces of shit. And in the old days, we could have just had the Teamsters out there bought in and give it to them. But we can't do that now because everyone's watching us.
A hidden microphone in Dorfman's office on May the 21st, 1979, captured the moment when Senator Cannon called to ask how the land deal was coming along. Embarrassed, Dorfman could only apologize for the delay. After he hung up, Dorfman announced to an associate,
"That was Senator Cannon."
How's he doing?
Huh? He fucked him around like no man has ever been fucked around.
He took care of deregulation, didn't he? Did he take care of deregulation?
Of course, but we ain't fulfilled our commitment to him yet. You know, I'm surprised he still even talks to me.
Senator Cannon never did get the real estate he wanted. But the FBI did get what they wanted. An incriminating tape recording. A clear record that Dorfman was involved in bribing a US senator. At the beginning of 1980, after a record-breaking 13 months, the Chicago strike force went public with Operation Pendorf. The top-secret surveillance had worked. Senator Cannon was quick to defend himself from press accusations of any wrongdoing.
I unequivocally deny the implications of news reports that there is any connection between my handling of trucking legislation in the Senate and the resolution of a land use dispute in Nevada involving a homeowners group of which I was one member.
If Cannon was allowed to get away with it, Dorfman was not. The man who had stolen the Teamsters' millions was still in the sights of Chicago strike force leader Doug Roller.
We felt by the time the wiretap was over that we had a great deal of evidence to put together a prosecution. I felt we had an ironclad case.
But though it seemed that at last the FBI had Alan Dorfman on the ropes, he appeared unconcerned.
Dorfman in court was, most of the time, an arrogant gentleman. Although he was physically in court, present, that he was aloof to what was going on.
Yet despite the cool veneer, Dorfman was feeling the pressure.
At one occasion during the course of the trial, Alan introduced his son to me and stating that this is the motherfucker that wants to put me in jail. I just told Alan, you're a real class act, and walked away.
Dorfman faced the possibility of a long sentence, but he may have had reason to believe help was at hand. Because Dorfman could rely on more than just his lawyers. To protect their banker, the Mafia were helping the jurors come to a sensible decision.
Several jurors received early morning telephone calls from someone with a deep, gravelly voice who made insinuations about not knowing the whole story of the case.
When the jurors reported the illegal phone calls to the judge, he immediately sequestered them. They were held in a hotel, under guard, cut off from any outside interference. For once, the underworld's attempts at jury tampering failed. Traditional mob methods just didn't work anymore. No shotgun blasts could silence a witness. As the Pendorf tapes were played in court, the battle lines with the Mafia were redrawn. The accused had now become witnesses against themselves. As Dorfman's tape played, profanity, anger, and frustration resounded in court.
You know, when this commitment was arranged, Roy, you sat in the same fucking room. You made the same fucking commitment I made. Now, the property's gone. Fuck it. Let it go. But I'll tell you something. I don't give a shit if you have a deregulation shoved up your fucking ass or whatever happens.
Best evidence you can use in court is the defendant's own words. You cannot undo your words. You might try to explain them away, but if there are enough words there, you're sunk.
On December the 15th, 1982, Alan Dorfman, charged with conspiring to bribe Senator Howard Cannon, received the jury's verdict. Guilty. Operation Pendorf had struck its target, and it was a devastating blow. It was a grim Christmas in Chicago for 60-year-old Alan Dorfman. Although he was released on bail, the new year might bring him a 55-year prison sentence. But sentencing was not for 8 weeks. Plenty of time to cut a deal.
Facing a prison term would not have been something that Dorfman would have looked forward to. With his high lifestyle, all the accoutrements of the rich that he had would all be taken away in prison.
There was now concern at the highest levels of the mob that Dorfman might not be tough enough to accept his fate and would negotiate with the Justice Department to reduce his sentence.
There had to be fear that in order to keep his sentence down or to keep from even being put in prison, Alan Dorfman might want to cooperate with the federal government.
Aging, out of power, and facing prison. If ever there was a good time for Dorfman to roll over on his mob friends, this was it.
The number of secrets that Alan Dorfman could have told us, it just boggled the mind. I believe that he could have helped us to completely cripple Cleveland, Chicago, Kansas City, Las Vegas, and maybe Los Angeles. He knew everything.
He heard things he shouldn't be hearing. He's seen things he shouldn't have been seeing.
We felt he would be vulnerable to an offer to diminish his prison sentence in return for his cooperation. Never got that far because the mob was thinking the same thing.
Suddenly, the man who'd loyally bankrolled the mob for years seemed a dangerous liability. Mob bosses decided to put out a contract on Alan Dorfman. On the 20th of January, 1983, Alan Dorfman and an old friend and associate went out to eat at the Hyatt Hotel in Lincolnwood, northwest Chicago. The lunch date turned out to be a date with destiny. Alan Dorfman, had just kept 30 years of mob secrets the hard way.
And it's a part and parcel of life in the United States that close association with La Cosa Nostra often leads to a sudden death.
Alan Dorfman's death was a watershed for both the U.S. Mafia and U.S. law enforcement.
I believe it was one of the largest and perhaps most successful investigations of organized crime undertaken during this period.
Without Dorfman, the Mafia's money supply was suddenly cut off. This crippled the mob, and they never recovered.
No one replaced Alan Dorfman. No one replaced Alan Dorfman at all. They did not have access to that bank, and it was part of the death knell of that easy money for the mob.
Operation Pendolph had also done something else. It had proved the power of mass electronic surveillance and revolutionized the use of bugs and wiretaps.
Surreptitious electronic surveillance changed the playing field forever in favor of the government.
From now on, over and over again, electronic surveillance of a large number of mob figures and their operations would lead criminals to condemn themselves, in their own words, on tape. There was nowhere to hide, no witnesses to silence. The FBI had at last found a way to break the Mafia. Joe Valachi, hitman for the mob. And the first man to break Omerta, the Mafia's code of silence. Valachi was the first to give the world the phrase La Cosa Nostra. Valachi was the first to reveal the names of the bosses and their soldiers. He explained the Mafia's structure, their rituals and secrets.
It was the first time anyone could pull back the curtain or paint the canvas of what it was like.
Valachi was the first to expose their bloody history of killings and executions. And knew where the bodies were.
You live by the gun and by the knife, and you died by the gun and by the knife.
Valachi was the first to blow the lid on a secret empire worth $40 billion a year. And his revelations would change the nature of the battle between the FBI and the Mafia forever. In 1962, 58-year-old Joe Valachi was serving 15 years in Atlanta State Penitentiary for heroin trafficking. And inside with him was his Mafia boss of 30 years, Don Vito Genovese, head of one of the most powerful crime families in America.
Joe went back a long time with Vito. He was in one of Vito's crews, so they knew each other very well, and he always thought he was in Vito's good graces. But Vito was a homicidal maniac.
One day, Vito Genovese arranged for Valachi to be his cellmate. Genovese could do this because he controlled the prison wings with fear and intimidation. Valachi guessed something was up and had good reason to be nervous. Genovese believed that Valachi had put him in prison after squealing to the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. One night, Genovese turned to his cellmate.
You know, we take a barrel of apples, and in this barrel of apples there might be a bad apple. Well, this apple has to be removed, and if it ain't removed, it would hurt the rest of the apples.
Then, Genovese walked over to Valachi and kissed him on the cheek. It was the Mafia's kiss of death. To let Valachi know he was the apple to be removed.
Joe Valachi knew what this meant. It meant he was now going to be killed. One way or the other, Vito was out to get him.
Consumed with fear, Valachi saw hitmen everywhere. On the morning of June the 22nd, 1962, he was out in the yard when he saw 3 prisoners coming towards him. Thinking they had been sent by Genovese to kill him, he picked up an iron pipe left by construction workers and braced himself for the attack. Then, another inmate approached him. Valachi swung into action. Valachi's victim was John Joseph Saup, a small-time crook with no Mafia connections. Valachi had killed the wrong man. And he was now facing the death sentence for murder.
Here he is, he's trapped, there's no way out for him. So he sends word to the federal authority that he's willing to sing, come a canary.
To save his skin, Valachi got word to the US Justice Department that he was willing to talk about the Mafia. For Attorney General Robert Kennedy and his staff at the US Justice Department, this was the break they were looking for. Since becoming Attorney General in 1961, Kennedy had pursued a vigorous attack against organized crime. But he had been struggling to penetrate the country's criminal underworld. Now, for the first time in the history of the Mafia, an insider was willing to talk. So Kennedy offered a deal to Valachi. He was permitted to plead guilty to a charge of unpremeditated murder and receive a life sentence on the one condition that he would expose his organization. On July the 17th, 1962, Valachi was secretly taken out of Atlanta prison and flown to Westchester County Jail, just outside New York. He was given the cover of Joseph de Marcona and taken to an isolated cell. FBI agent James P. Flynn was sent to interrogate Valachi and find out what he knew.
Flynn came in and he was tough. He told Valachi, listen, either you tell us what we want to know, or you're no value to us and there's no deal involved.
The FBI had been picking up the phrase Cosa Nostra on recent wiretaps, and they believed that it referred to the Mafia, the organization, or the outfit. But they weren't sure. To get Valachi to loosen his tongue, he played a trick on him.
Flynn bluffed Valachi. He said, "What? You know, we know all about Cosa Nostra."
Thinking the FBI had a deeper knowledge of the Mafia than they actually did, Valachi began to talk.
And he, for the first time, revealed what it really meant. It meant our thing, Cosa Nostra. And he told Flynn, we never call ourselves Mafia.
Flynn started to pump Valachi for names, dates, and information.
The FBI only knew the tip of the Mafia iceberg. They really had never really penetrated the organization.
Now, the floodgates opened.
What Valachi gave them for the first time, knowing he had to produce, otherwise he was going to stay in prison for the rest of his life, he had to produce an inside story, really pull the curtain back, paint the canvas of what it was like to be a Mafia soldier in the trenches. So for the first time, he started spilling the beans.
Valachi began to reveal the organizational structure of the Mafia. Based on his information, Flynn drew up charts to illustrate how the Cosa Nostra is divided into family units. Each with a boss, an underboss, and lieutenants and soldiers beneath them.
It seemed to the FBI and everybody else that he was a Rosetta Stone. He was telling them the secrets. The hieroglyphics were now exposed.
Valachi told Flynn that these Mafia families extended across America, from Boston to San Francisco. And for the first time, the FBI got a picture of the Mafia's enormous scope and activities. For the next 3 months, from the end of September 1962, Flynn interrogated Valachi for 4 days a week. An average session would last about 3 hours, and then Valachi would become irritated and difficult to handle. Flynn realized that Valachi's main fear was that he could never escape Vito Genovese. Scarcely a day went by without some reference to his former boss. At times, Valachi would lose courage altogether, thinking he was going to die.
What good is it that I'm telling you? Nobody'll listen. Nobody'll believe. You know what I mean? This Cosa Nostra, it's like a second government. It's too big. I'm a dead man already, and I know it.
Valachi was right to be worried. According to FBI sources, members of the Genovese crime family were looking for Valachi. From his cell, Vito Genovese had put a price tag of $100,000 on Valachi, and now the mob had traced him to the New York area. The FBI, fearful that the Mafia would get to their prize witness, moved Valachi again, this time to the high-security army base at Fort Monmouth in New Jersey. By the spring of 1963, Valachi wanted to go public and was keen to expose the powerful criminal organization that he blamed for ruining his life.
Bobby Kennedy became aware of his potential as a person who could publicize how big and how important the Mafia was.
But Kennedy had huge concerns about Valachi's credibility. For the past 30 years, he'd been a ruthless Mafia hitman. According to the Justice Department, he had at least 33 murders under his belt and was also now singing for his life. How could anyone be sure that Valachi was telling the truth? So the FBI decided to use it to test his credibility. Flynn had gathered material for the New York City police during his interrogation of Valachi. The police department had struggled with 30 years of unsolved murder cases, dating back to the Mafia gang wars and the subsequent Cosa Nostra power struggle. Using Valachi's accounts as a guide, the intelligence unit searched the department's files in a precinct-by-precinct operation, checking the scattered and unconfirmed facts against his detailed information. They found that Valachi's version of the gang slayings and killings, including the dates, locations, and the circumstances, could all be verified. With the FBI now convinced that Valachi could be relied on, they got him ready to testify. In September 1963, Valachi was flown to Washington to face an investigating Senate committee on organized crime across America. Over 2 weeks in October, he would appear as the star witness giving first-hand accounts of life as a Mafia hitman. The hearings were broadcast across the country and became a national event.
Go right here, please. Go. Go, right, one there. Go, wait, go.
The United States is a new country. We don't have mythology the way older countries had. We had cowboys and Indians, and we had racketeers. This was a way for people within the country to look at all those movies that they had seen before about the underworld and put it all together. I think the public was fascinated by it.
The nation's underworld gets the unwelcome spotlight of publicity as the Senate's Investigation Subcommittee begins new hearings on crime. Arkansas Senator McClelland is at the helm. Attorney General Robert Kennedy paints a grim picture of the rise of lawlessness under the Cosa Nostra, or Mafia. This he describes as the government of organized gambling, narcotics peddling, extortion, racketeering, and controlling of certain trade unions. He says the income runs into billions.
Well, gentlemen, as you know, we have brought to Queens County this morning the witness, Joe Valachi. We are determined to expose every facet of his testimony and to pursue this thing as far as we possibly can.
What was his demeanor during your conversation inside over coffee?
Apparently, he's a willing witness, and he's anxious to get these things off his chest, and we had no difficulty with him at all.
Did he seem worried at all?
I wouldn't say he was worried. I think the man is naturally, under all of the circumstances, nervous and a bit upset. But beyond that, he's a good witness.
Mr. O'Connor, don't you get the feeling that he's rather enjoying all this?
I would make no comment about that.
As the hearings got underway, Valachi was asked why he had murdered another inmate in Atlanta prison.
Why did you decide to kill him at that time, at that spot?
Because he's the guy I spotted at that time. In other words, I felt that was my last day, in plain English, Senator. I felt that was my last day.
You thought it was your last day?
That I would be alive.
Well, did you feel that you could get all of them before they could get you?
Just probably, I don't know what I would have done if I don't see him. See, I can't answer what I would have done.
In other words, you felt helpless and surrounded, and you decided to strike when you could.
If I when I saw him, yeah.
You thought that if you killed this man, who you thought was going to kill you anyway, that this.
I got some satisfaction, Senator. Put it that way.
You got some satisfaction.
Despite all the razzmatazz surrounding this public event, Valachi's testimony was a stark reminder that he was a cold-blooded killer. Then Valachi's interrogation really began.
When did you become a member of this organization? 1930. 1930. What is the name of it? It is Cosa Nostra in Italian. Cosa Nostra in Italian. Our thing and our family in English. Our thing and our family in English.
Valachi then revealed how he came to join the Mafia. Valachi took the committee back to his low-life roots in the slums of New York in the early 1900s. His parents were from Naples, and they had 17 children. Only 6 survived. By the time he was 18, he was the driver with a notorious gang called the Minutemen. They robbed hundreds of clothing and jewelry stores between 1919 and 1923, smashing shop windows and grabbing whatever they could before the cops came. But one day they were caught, and Valachi was sent to the infamous Sing Sing prison on the Hudson River. In Sing Sing, the 21-year-old Valachi made friends with a gangster named Alessandro Volero. It was then that Valachi first learned about a secret organization that he would soon know as La Cosa Nostra. And Valachi wanted to be a part of it.
Now, we talk about myself now. I am a chauffeur, which I've been known through the years, that I was a good driver. In fact, other mobs used to try and borrow me, which I never wanted to go.
Valachi explained to the Senate committee how he became a driver for one of New York's top mafia gangs, led by Sicilian-born Salvatore Maranzano. 1929, and Maranzano was locked in a bloody power struggle with his rival, Giuseppe Masseria. Valachi made it known to Maranzano that he wanted in. And as a test, he was sent as the driver on a contract to murder one of Masseria's top henchmen. After the hit, Valachi got the call. He was going to be a made man or a soldier in the Mafia. Valachi then revealed to the committee the rituals of his initiation ceremony into the mob. Valachi described how he was driven to a country house about 90 miles from New York. Valachi said he was asked to join 30 other members around a table. His boss, Don Salvatore Maranzano, was going to conduct the initiation.
He told him how you got inducted, omerta, the whole code. That once you became a member, you could never leave. How you had to either become an earner or be a hitman, kill somebody before you could even be qualified to be an inductee.
Valachi then revealed to the Senate committee the secrets of the Mafia's blood and fire initiation ceremony into the mob.
Well, he had the knife and the gun on the table. He went on to explain that you live by the gun and by the knife, and you die by the gun and by the knife.
Did you have a full understanding of what that meant at the time?
Yes, I did.
It meant that you was what?
Well, expect to die by the gun and by the
In
knife.
other words, when you took that oath, you expected someday to die either by the gun or by the knife.
Right.
That's what you were dedicating yourself to.
Right.
Valachi went on to explain that he was told to make a cup with his hands. Paper was placed inside and set alight. He was then asked to move it from side to side and told that he would burn like the paper if he betrayed the secrets of the Cosa Nostra. Valachi was then introduced to his gomba, his godfather, Joe Bonanno, who would be his guide and mentor. Bonanno asked Valachi for his trigger finger. And pricked it with his tie pin. He then pricked his own and placed it against Valachi's. Maranzano then announced that they are all family now.
All right, then what happened?
Then they all shake hands. Everybody gets up and shake hands. They say a few more words together, which I can't recall. They also said in Sicilian.
But did you know what they meant?
Well, actually, I never asked what it meant. I never did ask what it meant, but it meant like sort of in the style of an organization, or in that style. But you don't bother. I didn't bother. I never did bother.
You never did what?
I never bothered to find out what it meant, but I had an idea what it meant.
Well, you had an idea. What was your idea?
All tied up. Oh, we're all tied up.
We're all together.
All together.
All together.
Right. Right.
Sink together, hang together, live together.
Yes.
Valachi's revelations explained why this secret organization had managed to remain hidden for so long. Anyone who squealed would pay the ultimate price. Fear had preserved the silence for 30 years. Now, Valachi had broken that silence forever.
Senator, can I say something, Senator?
Yes.
As to what I'm telling you now, I need to go no further to say nothing else. This is what I'm telling you, what I'm exposing to you and the press and everybody. This is my doom. This is the promise I'm breaking. That even if I talk, I should never talk about this, and I'm doing so.
The mob, of course, was horrified. And, in the past, they had been able to reach people in prison and kill them. And they thought somehow if they offered enough money, somebody would be willing to try to bump them off.
With Genovese's contract of $100,000 hanging over Valachi's head, there were now real fears of a direct attack on the Senate hearings.
What can you tell us about this threat, Jim?
Well, over the weekend, we received information from the FBI that their information was to the effect that the bomb would be placed in the room this morning, and also that there might be one or several persons here with guns who would attempt to assassinate the witness.
Now, what precautions have you taken?
I don't think we ought to talk about it.
How about Mr. Valachi? Did you tell him about it?
No, we didn't.
Well, there was supposedly a report that somebody's been trying to shoot you or put a bomb in here or something. And where'd they get that?
What do you think about the Yankees and the Dodgers the other day?
I don't know anything about it. How do you feel about it? I'm in the same position from the beginning. I'm hot from the beginning. You understand what I mean? Don't make any difference.
Most of Valachi's testimony was devoted to tracing the hierarchy of the American Mafia. Valachi explained to the Senate committee how the smooth-working Mafia organization of today evolved from the warring street gangs and power struggles of the early 1900s. Valachi took the committee back to a meeting in 1931 when Sicilian boss Salvatore Maranzano took control of the New York Mafia. Valachi told how Maranzano laid out his grand plan to an audience of 400 mobsters. That the gangs of New York would now be organized into 5 families to control the boroughs of the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island. Valachi told how Maranzano had declared himself the absolute ruler. He would be the boss of all bosses, and if anyone disagreed, they would be killed. Valachi then explained how one man did disagree. And he revealed how Charles Lucky Luciano had Maranzano executed. Luciano then introduced a more democratic form of leadership. He eliminated the boss of all bosses and created the Commission, effectively a board of directors to resolve mafia disputes. And this led to an era of peace, cooperation, and prosperity. Valachi then named the present leaders of the 5 New York families. Vito Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Giuseppe Magliocco, Joseph Bonanno, and Gaetano Lucchesi. These are the men, Valachi told the committee, who run a huge web of organized crime in the city, involving gambling, prostitution, loan sharking, narcotics, and and the infiltration of the Mafia into legitimate businesses.
And about how many soldiers would usually be under a boss?
Well, Vito Genovese has about 450.
450?
In and around that. Yeah.
450?
About 450. Could be even 500.
Valachi then revealed the names of over 130 members of the Genovese crime family and identified members of all the other New York families, claiming to know 289 mafiosi. All was laid out for the committee on 5 huge family charts.
I think what Valachi did was explain what the FBI had and didn't know they had. Frequently, people in the mob and in other areas of criminal activity know others by nicknames. They may know their faces, but they don't know their actual names. To the extent that we now had law enforcement had their actual names, we probably learned that for the first time. But other than that, I think Valachi's testimony pretty much stands on its own. I mean, and it has been proven accurate over time.
Those that you have been able to identify in the 5 families, you have marked with stars up on these charts.
Yes. The others that are not on the chart, you know them by aliases, and you didn't know their other names.
Right.
And therefore, you didn't undertake to name them.
Right.
Except that you could give their real name along with their alias.
Right.
Very well.
He was the one who exposed it all. The families, the names of the people, the levels of authority, starting with the capo di tutti i capi down to the soldiers.
But there were some critics skeptical of Valachi's testimonies, believing that as a foot soldier, he wouldn't have been privileged to any information relating to Cosa Nostra's inner circle.
I think it is a mistake to think of a soldier as being a low-level figure. They're not. They are serious people within the mob. The only people above a soldier in a direct line of authority is the capo and the boss. So the soldier is a person high up in the mob by the very nature of being admitted to the mob. They are given mob secrets. They are told about what has occurred. They need to know who other people are within the mob because they're free to cross anybody who's outside the mob, but no one who's in the mob. And so they tend to know a great deal.
Valachi used his testimony to get back at Genovese.
I think you might at this time digress just a moment to tell how much power, how much authority the boss, like Genovese, has over the family, over the soldier members like you.
Senator, I happen to know Vito's power. He not only has the power in our family, he also controls the power in Gambino family and the Lucchese family.
In other words, his word becomes law. That makes it
Right,
legal.
right.
Can he and does he pass out death sentences?
Well, he passes them out, then they tell you, well, he was a rat, he was this. They tell you anything they want to tell you.
He passes them out.
Right.
You know that of your own knowledge.
That is for sure.
Valachi's testimony was a goldmine. He confirmed Cosa Nostra was the Mafia. He revealed the names of the bosses and their soldiers. He explained their structure their rituals and secrets. He exposed their bloody history. Above all, Valachi's testimony gave the FBI the targets and led to a change in priorities. By 1963, the FBI's New York office had increased the number of its agents specializing in organized crime from 4 to 140. The following year, the FBI used hidden microphones to record Teamsters union boss Jimmy Hoffa in a series of exchanges with the Detroit Mafia. He was jailed for 8 years. For the FBI, electronic surveillance was the future for cracking down on organized crime.
I remember as a young agent, as a young organized crime agent in the early 1970s, all over the country we did wiretaps of the interstate gambling operations that flourished and were controlled by the Mafia. We made thousands of arrests and broke up hundreds of large gambling combines in an effort to choke off the flow, one of their great sources of money.
Thanks to Valachi's revelations, the FBI's campaign against the Mafia progressed to a new level. Critically, for Attorney General Robert Kennedy, it was just the beginning.
The disclosures of Joseph Valachi and of others with knowledge of criminal operations in various parts of the country have helped to give us unprecedented understanding of how these operations work.
Valachi was the first really important cog in bringing down and destroying, or at least wounding, the Mafia in America. Without him, it might have taken another 15, 20 years, because there were no defectives. Even though he was low-ranking, he still knew enough to sensationalize his story and to get the public really alerted and warned about the threat of the Mafia.
As for Joe Valachi, he was returned to the relative comfort of the District of Columbia Jail in Washington, where he had been kept during the hearings. Robert Kennedy, ever shrewd, believed Valachi had a lot more to offer.
Bobby Kennedy realized that there was a gold mine in him. So what he did was said, why don't you write your memoir, everything you can remember about the Mafia?
Over 13 months, Valachi painstakingly produced more than 300,000 words on notepads from his cell in Washington. He had been there from the very beginning of the modern Mafia, and it was a unique day-by-day portrayal over a 30-year period of his life as a hitman. For someone who had very little schooling, Valachi's memoir was no literary masterpiece.
It's unprintable, it's unpublishable, it's unreadable, probably.
Kennedy called for a ghostwriter.
The Justice Department got a writer, Peter Mass, to sit down, use the memoir, and also discuss Valachi's life with him.
This was to form a book which the Justice Department hoped would encourage other informers to come forward. During this period, the department started making plans to reward Valachi for his cooperation, and were even thinking of sending him somewhere to relax in the sun.
Bobby Kennedy had some wild scheme that Maybe they could find a girlfriend or bring Valachi's wife and put him on some desert island where he could live out the rest of his life. But that was impossible. And he still had a sentence from murdering that fellow convict, the wrong man.
But killing the wrong man wasn't the only thing stopping him going to a desert island. The Italian-American newspaper, Il Progresso, had got hold of Valachi's manuscript and was outraged. It printed a virulent editorial against the forthcoming book, saying it was perpetuating the kind of image of criminality associated with the many Italian names in Valachi's testimony. This snowballed into a massive surge from pressure groups proclaiming it would slur all Italian Americans. Their campaign was successful. The White House stepped in and halted its publication. Overnight, everything changed for Valachi. He was told the whole thing was off and was hauled out of his Washington comfort zone and transported back into the harsh federal prison system. He was placed in a small cold cell in Michigan, where he was to spend the rest of his sentence in solitary confinement. Valachi despaired. On the morning of April the 11th, 1966, he took the mains lead from his radio and stepped into a shower cubicle. Showerhead was unable to hold Valachi's weight, and he was found collapsed and barely alive on the floor by a guard soon afterwards. The Justice Department realized that they had to look after their prize witness better.
They took him out of the unpleasant northern prisons. They sent him to what they considered the best place for him, a place called La Tuna, near the Mexican border in Texas. And they gave him a suite where he had a kitchenette and he had a better, more comfortable bed. They tried to make life as convenient and comfortable as possible. Whenever the Justice Department now gets a real top-notch defector, they send him to what is called the Valachi suite.
In 1968, and 5 years after he had given away the Mafia's secrets to the world, Valachi finally got to read the book based on his life. It was called The Valachi Papers, and it became a bestseller. Valachi never received a penny from it. The book was turned into a feature film in 1972. Valachi was played by Charles Bronson. The real Joe Valachi died of a heart attack in 1971 at La Tuna Federal Correctional Institution in Texas. He outlived his Mafia boss, Vito Genovese, by 2 years. The $100,000 bounty placed on Valachi's head by Genovese was never collected.